This is a call to order of the April 5th, 2023 regular meeting of the Ducktown Council. At this time, I'd like to make a motion with the council. If you'll notice, the yellow agenda in front of you is different to the one that was published. We're going to amend the agenda tonight, if it's approval of council, to remove item 3C, which was the NCLM voting delegate, and we're going to add item 8G, which is the NCLM voting delegate. In other words, we're going to handle that as new business. So with that, I'd like to make that motion to the council and call for a vote to accept the change in the agenda. Is there any discussion on the motion? All in favor, please say aye. 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 Opposed? The agenda is amended. So the public will have an older agenda unless you did pick up a new one off the table. And with that, I'd like to open up the Pledge of Allegiance and ask our town clerk, Lori, if she'd lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. This time we're going to go to public comments. If you're here to apply for the planning board position, or if in fact speak at the public hearing, please hold your comments for that time period. Would anyone like to address the council this evening? If so, please come forward to the podium, state your name and address, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. There being no one, we'll close public comments. Going on to number 3, the consent agenda. This evening we have the minutes from the February 15th, 16th, 2023 annual retreat, minutes from the March 1st, 2023 regular meeting, guidelines for proclamations and resolutions, contract extension with CrowderGulf for debris removal, and resolution 23-04, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Duck, North Carolina, declaring the month of April as Child Abuse Prevention Month. With that, I'll ask a motion for approval.
So moved.
Any discussion on the motion on the floor? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The consent agenda is approved. At this time, I'd like to ask Town Clerk Lori Ackerman, Chief Jeff Ackerman, and Town Manager Drew Havens if you join me at the podium. In fact, we recognize town employees for every 5 years of service. And tonight we have a very special presentation. We have actually Town Clerk Lori Ackerman. That is actually the second employee of the Town of Duck and the first one to celebrate her 20 years with the Town of Duck. And with that, I'd like to congratulate Lori Ackerman. Lori? With that, she gets a certificate and a gift certificate for the business of her choice in the Town of Duck. So let's give another round of applause for Town of Duck for support. Lori would like to say a few words.
I really don't know what to say other than thank you. It's been a ride these past almost 20 years, but I've enjoyed every minute of it. And I'm so grateful to council, the public, and especially to Drew, and most importantly, my husband, Jeff. So thank you very much.
Speaking on behalf of the council and myself as mayor, we all appreciate everything you do for us, Lori, every day. Thank you. We're going to move on to item number 5, a quasi-judicial public hearing. A public hearing discussion consideration of SUP 23-003, an application by Savage Land LLC for a special use permit to expand the existing Scarborough Lane shops with the addition of an eating establishment, including an outdoor dining entertainment area in the Village Commercial District at 1171 Duck Road. This time I'd like to turn over to Town Attorney Robert Hobbs.
Thank you, Mayor. At this time, we will open the quasi-judicial hearing. When considering an application for a special use permit, the council sits as a quasi-judicial body. A quasi-judicial hearing is the process for the council to adjudicate how the general law applies to a particular situation based on an evidentiary record presented during the hearing. Your two key responsibilities are, first, to determine contested facts, and second, to apply the legal standards to the facts. You may apply only the standards already contained in the ordinance. You are not permitted to change or modify the standards during this hearing or as part of your decision in this case. In conducting the hearing, certain safeguards must be instituted in order to give the applicant a fair hearing. The applicant has the right to cross-examine witnesses and offer rebuttal evidence. The procedure of the ordinance must be followed. The council members may question any witness at any time during the hearing. Questions from the floor will not be permitted except by cross-examination from the applicant or a party once recognized to speak. A member must not vote on the application if the outcome of the matter being considered is reasonably likely to have a direct and substantial financial impact on the member. If such a direct and substantial financial conflict exists, the member must disclose it and ask to be excused from consideration of the matter. If any of the members present have had any contact with anyone prior to this hearing in which the particulars of the application were discussed, or if you have received letters, email messages, phone calls, or other contact from anyone concerning this matter prior to the hearing, you must disclose those communications. You must base your decision on the application entirely on the facts presented during the hearing and disregard the particulars discussed with the applicant or another party. A member must base his or her decision on the evidence presented during this hearing. Any member who has developed a predetermined opinion or bias on the outcome of the application before the hearing must not participate in this decision on the application. Your decision must be based on competent, substantial, and material evidence properly entered into the record of the hearing. Crucial facts used to determine the outcome of this hearing must be based on sworn statements made by witnesses during the hearing. While you may be presented before or during this hearing with copies of unsworn statements contained in emails, letters, and the like, such unsworn evidence can only be used to corroborate or supplement other sworn evidence presented during this hearing. Unsworn evidence, such as letters or emails, can never be used as the sole basis for your decision. At this time, if any member needs to recuse themselves from this hearing for one of the reasons that I've explained, please request that a motion be made to recuse you from participating in this hearing or voting on the matter. Please do so at this time.
I'd like it known that I attended the planning board meeting as a representative from the town council, and it'll have no effect on my vote this evening.
Okay, thank you. At this time, if any member needs to disclose communications about the subject matter of this hearing that they've had with the applicant or another person prior to the hearing, now's your opportunity to disclose that communication. Okay. Thank you. At this time, the town clerk will swear in the applicant and all witnesses who plan to provide testimony or evidence in this case. And please remember, if you plan to speak or think you might want to speak, please stand and be sworn at this time.
Raise your right hand and after I give you an oath, say I do or I swear. I swear that the statements I'm about to make are the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay, at this time, we'll have a presentation from Joe Hurd on behalf of the town staff.
Thank you, Mayor Keaton, members of council, members of the public in attendance. As the mayor outlined earlier, this is an application for a special use permit. Technically, there are two different special use permits you're being asked to consider. The first of which is approval for an outdoor entertainment and dining area at Scarborough Lane Shops. Second is the addition of an eating establishment, which is in and of itself, it's part of the same project, but in and of itself, that is a separate special use permit. So, as noted in the staff report, this hearing has been properly advertised in the local paper, sign posted on the property, and notices sent to the applicant and all adjoining property owners, including those across the street. So, I'd like to begin with the setting. So you can see on the map before you that the subject properties are highlighted in or outlined in red. But adjoining these properties, this is all part of Scarborough Lane Shops. And adjoining to the south, you have a handful of properties that are zoned commercially, village commercial, like the subject property. And you also have, to the north, you have Scarborough Fair Shopping Center, which is zoned commercially. Across Duck Road, you have the Soundside Shops, also zoned village commercial. But you do have a little bit of area there to the east or the right on this map. And then a couple properties that back up to this that front on another road in the Sea Pine. You have the Sea Pine subdivision behind this, Scarborough Lane. But then you also have two properties that front on Pamela Court in the Ocean Dunes neighborhood that back up to the area that we're going to be talking about this evening. So that's the setting. Again, the applicant is proposing, in this case, to add an outdoor dining and entertainment area, a relatively modest-sized proposal that includes 385 square feet of rooftop deck that will be used for dining, 253 square feet of enclosed food prep area, and 132 feet of a customer service area that supports. And again, those two things, the prep area and the porch are on the ground floor, first floor, and then you have a deck on the roof. You also have a separate 15 by 15 wooden stage that would be used for potential band and entertainment. And then there's an area that the applicant has defined about 1,800 square feet. That is where people would sit and enjoy either the entertainment or the meal. So in looking at this application, there are really only a couple of key things. This is an expansion of the existing center. So we did look at several items, one of which are the setbacks, and you can see that from the staff report, and I'll scroll down, but from the staff report, you could tell that the building setbacks are compliant with all the town standards. And then you can see on the map up here of the site plan, the area we're talking about at the rear of the property. So you can see the buildings on there, and then this would be in the grassy area. You have some existing trees that the applicant has noted on the site plan. And it complies with the setbacks. You can see they have a walkway going back to it. And so the other key thing for us is looking at parking. And with the additional area, and including the parking for the outdoor entertainment, it requires a total of 171 parking spaces on site. The applicant has 176 on site right now. And what you can see on the site plan is that they're reorienting or reconfiguring several of the spaces so they will still maintain 176 parking spaces, but they will now have there we go, thank you. We will now have a walkway going up through that parking area that you can see there. So the area highlighted in green is the whole outdoor entertainment area. The yellow is a new building. So the parking is compliant. The applicant has already talked with the health department as well as the state to get a new stormwater management permit because the site as a whole is larger. It does require them to do that, even though this is a relatively small project. The applicant will talk a little bit more in detail about stormwater. So, in looking at this, the planning board at their meeting on March the 8th voted unanimously to recommend approval of this application to the council, and they had a list of 10 conditions that, for the record, I'll read. 1, the building inspector and fire department must review and approve the proposed improvements. 2, the applicant is required to obtain approval from Dare County Environmental Health and get a state food service permit for the food stand. 3rd, the applicant is required to obtain a septic permit for the change of use from Dare County Environmental Health. 4th, applicant must obtain a stormwater management permit from the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality and provide confirmation to the town that the plan has been approved. 5th, the building must be constructed in substantial conformance with the elevation drawings and floor plans that are part of your packet. 6, applicant must submit a final site plan and review fees for approval. after, presuming that the special use permit is approved. Seventh, operation of the outdoor entertainment area must comply with all town standards for the noise ordinance, including music ceasing by 10 p.m. Number 8, any lighting must be submitted as part of a lighting plan and approved by community development. And the maximum lighting intensity is 5-foot candles. 9, any new signage must be reviewed under a separate permit. And 10 is just that this permit would expire in 12 months from the date of approval if no action is taken toward the initiation of the project. So that was the planning board's recommendation, and I know I just brushed over a lot of different things we looked at, but I'd be glad to answer any questions that the council has at this time.
Questions?
Yeah, can you tell us a little bit more about the food area there, Joe? Or is that going to be up to the applicant to tell us a little bit more about that? I mean, is there going to be food prepared there and then served? What type of food? Beverages?
There will be food and beverages. I'll let the applicant discuss the details. They would be better able to answer specifics as far as the type of food and the preparation that they're looking at on site. So I'll defer to them on that.
Secondly, maybe this goes to them too. Is there going to be any type of seating out there?
Yes, sir. There'll be seating on that second floor deck area, and then my understanding is there would also be some informal seating in the outdoor entertainment area in that 1,800 square foot area. But they can again speak to their intentions regarding how much and where that might be located. But good questions, yes.
Other questions?
And nothing changes, Joe, on ingress and egress, right? It's all,
That's correct. All the existing driveways and the existing internal
right,
drives are all going to remain the same.
all stays the same, yeah.
Any remaining questions?
I guess just the walkway, that's just a painted walkway on the asphalt? Is that what that shows there?
That's correct. That's the plan, and then it would go across, and you can actually see a little ramp going over to the building, because it does need to be ADA accessible. So that's the intent there.
So I do have one more question. So could the people from Duck Pizza go over with pizza and sit down in that area and listen to the music, or is it just specifically for the restaurant people that are, that are in that, up in that corner?
Again, that would be up to the landlord if they want to limit that, but my understanding is that you'd be able to, anybody would be able to go up there.
Just a curiosity question.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Joe.
Okay.
At this time, if the applicant would like to come forward and either ask Mr. Hurd questions or proceed with their presentation, you may do so at this time, please.
Thank you, Robert. Peebles Harrison from Rose Harrison Gilreath and Powers, representing the applicant. We have no questions of Joe. I'd now like to call our first witness, David Klivitz. Thank you, David. State your name for the record.
My name is David Klebitz. I'm a professional engineer with Bissell Professional Group.
And have you been retained by the applicant for this project that is now SUP 23-3?
I have.
And explain for this group your qualifications to have worked on this project.
Sure. I have worked at Bissell for 18 years. I have been licensed in the state of North Carolina for 7 years. As you guys are aware, I've participated in a number of projects here within the town that required special use permits. Within the area of northeastern North Carolina, I've participated in over 500 projects for approval and construction.
David, you've heard staff's summary of the project. Could you go ahead and provide your summary with some additional details?
Sure. So just real quick, the request here, as Mr. Hurd went over, is for 2 special use permits. Since this site has multiple existing buildings and we're adding an additional building, it's considered a group development. It's already permitted with a group development, so one of the modifications that we're asking for is just to update the existing use permit for the group development to add an additional building to the site. The second use permit is for the eating establishment, which it requires a use permit in the Village Commercial District. So the request here tonight is for an amendment to an existing use permit and the addition of a new use permit for the eating establishment. The proposal is for 385 square foot freestanding food and beverage stand in the northeastern northeastern corner of the property. There is 1,800 square feet of area being set aside for outdoor dining and entertainment. That includes a second level deck above the food stand. It includes the grass area around the outside of the food stand and a 15-foot by 15-foot stage that will be built on grade, wooden stage, no roof, immediately adjacent to that. I went over the stage, and then some minor parking improvements being made. We're not reducing any parking from what's already there. We're just restriping some existing lines and adding some concrete in to make it an ADA compliant space so that somebody with disabilities can park right in front of the stand and have immediate access to this facility and not have to access from one of the existing spaces out there. So that's just a brief overview of the proposal. As Joe mentioned, the setbacks are being made in the northeastern corner of this property. There are 2 adjoining residential lots, and since they have residential uses, there's an additional setback, which is 20 feet. The normal setback, commercial to commercial on the side, is 10 feet, but in this area, it's 20 feet. We're meeting that to the northern property line. The rear setback is also 20 feet, and we are approximately 56 feet off of the rear property line. The requirement is for 171 parking spaces to accommodate what's there and what we are proposing. The site currently has 176. The outdoor entertainment, the client understands and agrees that, the town's noise ordinance must be met, which means that they must quit before 10 p.m. at night. In that corner, there's a good stand of existing vegetation, live oak trees, mature other trees and shrubs. The plan is to actually kind of set this unit or this food stand into that and leave the live oak trees, make them part of this facility. The town has a requirement for a 10-foot vegetative buffer to the adjoining property lines. We plan to leave that there, and if necessary, we'll add some more. But I've been to the site, and you stand there now, and you can make out the houses through the trees that are there, but the plan is to certainly meet the town's requirement for buffering. The stage itself, it's not up there, but the intent of the stage is it actually faces in a westerly direction. So the sound will actually be directed towards the sound or to the west, away from the residential development. We oriented it that way on purpose. Another good piece of information is immediately to the east, there's a pretty large change in elevation. Existing grades in the vicinity of where we're proposing to add the stanner are around 12 feet in elevation, and it rises to more than, well, it adds another 17 feet, so it almost goes up to 30 feet in elevation up by the tennis courts and stuff in the adjoining neighborhood. So that would also help buffer sound and noise. Lot coverage with regards to the town. The town allows 60%. We are adding 385 square feet. We still, with that addition, we're at 55%, so we're still well below what's allowed within the town. Mr. Hurd mentioned the requirement for a stormwater permit. The facility already has a permit with the state of stormwater permit with the state of North Carolina. In that permit, it explains how much square footage is allowed in coverage. This plan, of the 385 square feet, 86 square feet of that actually goes over what the current permit allows. So we're going to ask for a modification from the state on that. I have no concern about getting that. Part of the reason why I have no concern was this site was, as it was originally permitted, the state did not acknowledge or accept the use of permeable pavement, and a good portion of the parking out on this site was actually constructed with permeable pavement years ago, even though the state at the time looked at it the same as just asphalt and concrete. So I don't expect really any changes at all. We're just going to go into the state and explain that there a large percentage of the parking is actually permeable, which they do consider now, that they didn't then. To answer the questions on food service. So the intent is, currently the intent is for the vendor, which right now is Swells of Brewing, to come in. They would bring in their beer from their facility in Kildare Hills and likely just serve single service items, not prepare anything there on site. That's their plan. We don't want to limit it to single service items because the health department does allow that food be prepared there. There are no plans for that at this time, but we don't want to preclude that ability in the future should somebody want to like make pretzels or make small, it's a very small facility, so it's going to be limited to what can be made. But right now the plan is that everything that would be sold out of there would be brought in and then sold out, so very little to no preparation at all. In terms of seating, this is looked at as in the state's wastewater regulations. This is considered a food stand. That's why we've called it a food stand. And that requirement comes with a limitation of 8 seats. So it can only have 8 permanent seats out there. Everything else has to be, open. And people, it doesn't mean that people can't, bring a chair or sit on the grass, but the facility can't have any more than 8 seats there permanently, and anything more than that, it gets considered something else, and the wastewater characteristics change, and that's not what we're asking for here. It's my understanding that they do not intend to limit the ability of people in the shopping center from coming over to, listen to the music or get a beverage. So if somebody wants to get pizza from the pizza shop or from anywhere around that area and bring it over there and participate in the entertainment, it's my understanding that there's no limitation to that being asked. So I think that I answered yeah, I answered all the questions thus far, so, if you, yes, sir.
I have a question. So eight permanent seats, would those be inside or outside?
It was wherever they want them to
They can
be.
put them wherever they
Yeah,
want. What about the rooftop deck?
same, it's
Same
8 total. So they could put 4 up top and 4 outside. There's a little porch around the outside. I don't know whether there's a lot of room for seating under that porch. It's mainly probably going to be for service, for, you know, through a service window. So, but yes, it's 8 seats total, and however they want to distribute those 8 seats within that area that they've been dedicated, that they've requested, that's up to them. Yes, sir.
2 questions for you. The building itself, is that a freestanding building built out of wood, or are they going to bring a, like a truck in or something?
My understanding is that it's a freestanding building that they're going to construct. Is that correct, Matt?
It's a freestanding building. We've had Mark Milby do the preliminary
I'm sorry,
plans
if you
for
could
it.
identify yourself, please.
My name is Matthew Price, my applicant. But yeah, and all the seating will be outside, so it'll be weather dependent on the seating as well.
And my other question is, you say you're serving beer there. Is there going to be a fence around this so that they can't get out of the 1,800 square feet?
Well, we plan to have like a roped off area. We haven't, we don't have like a chain link fence or something.
No, but
more,
you got
know,
it. You got the 1,800 square feet.
Yeah,
Okay, that's all.
yeah, it'll be a deadbeat, but yeah.
I have a quick question. I noticed in the, some of the conditions that were recommended, the lighting plan, it just brought to mind the idea that the stage area is going to be open. And I was wondering if the applicant was thinking about a sunsail or some kind of shady structure, or, you know, lighting, has lighting been considered? It could conceivably get a little high out there, so I was just curious.
Right. Currently, we have not gotten into the details of lighting. All we can say is that the lighting that will be provided will meet the town's ordinance. We'll go through that at the next stage, which is the site plan stage, where we will specify all the lighting, and staff will review that. If you have extra.
I love the idea of the sunshade. We were trying to utilize the natural vegetation in the area, so the canopy of that live oak tree we thought would act as a natural shade roof for the area, and we wanted to keep it really kind of like green, really natural aesthetic.
Other questions?
Anything else? Okay, so,
I'm sorry, I have one question for the applicant. Attachment G in the package is a proposed order granting a special use permit that contains the 10 proposed conditions that Mr. Hurd summarized during his presentation. Can the applicant address those conditions as far as whether they would be acceptable should the council decide to approve the application?
Yes, they'll be acceptable.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
okay, so just to wrap up, David, have you reviewed the March 8th memorandum from Director Hurd to the Planning Board?
Yes.
In that review, did you see the special use permit criteria section summarizing the requirements of subsection 156.55 of the Town Code?
Yes.
And based on the facts and conclusions in that, do you agree that this use will meet all requirements and conditions specified by the ordinance?
I do.
And based on the findings of fact and conclusions in that report, do you agree that the use does not materially endanger the public health or safety?
I do.
And do you agree, based on the findings of facts and conclusions, that the use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property unless of the adjoining property?
I do.
And do you agree that the use will be in harmony with it within the area in which it is located and be in general conformity with the comprehensive and CAMA use land use permit?
I do.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? If not, that's the applicant's presentation.
Thank you very much. At this time, if there are any sworn witnesses who want to make an opportunity to make a presentation, if you will please come forward one at a time, state your name and address, and provide your testimony or evidence.
For the record, I am James Cofield. I am the chairman of the Planning Board. The Planning Board gave due consideration to the application on March 8th, and as has been presented already, the application represents two approvals. What's before us, before you, are two approvals. An expansion of the group development, existing group development project that's there now, and the establishment of a eating establishment. Parking was not an issue with this application. Planned dining and entertainment appears to be consistent with similar dining and entertainment establishments in Duck. Although the project increases the use, or said another way, the intensity of the site, it certainly appears as though it does not raise any egress and ingress issues. It was represented that the application complies with all relevant town ordinances. And lastly, but importantly, there were no public objections expressed at the Planning Board meeting. So the Planning Board approved this application with the conditions that are in front of you, and it was a 4-0 vote on approving the application.
Questions from council or the applicant from Mr. Cofield? Okay.
I have a question. I don't know if it's for the planning board, it may be back to Joe, but is there any differentiation in the use permit with respect to food preparation versus food being brought in? Or is that a health department issue?
I'll let Joe answer that, but none was represented at the meeting.
There is no difference in terms of how we would treat it as a town. Yes, there are differences as Mr. Clements spoke to with the state permit and with the state food stand, as far as how it's classified, but that is not something that the town is directly involved with. So it doesn't matter to us whether they're preparing food on site or bringing it in.
Any other questions? Thank you. Are there any other witnesses who would like to come forward who've been sworn and to make a presentation or provide evidence? Seeing none, would either Mr. Hurd or the applicant like to make any closing arguments or present any rebuttal evidence?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any final questions from council before we close the public hearing? Okay, at this time, the public hearing is closed, and it's now your opportunity, council members, to review the evidence and to make a decision on the application. You have a proposed permit in your package, which you may refer to if you like. It's your responsibility to make findings of fact and include in that any specific conditions that you want to have included in the special use permit, and you may do so by referring to the sample in the package should you wish to do so. And at this time, you may now deliberate.
Thank you, Robert. Any further discussion by council?
I just Just a question for clarification on the draft order granting special use permit. Is that going to cover both of the issues on this development, or do we have two separate ones that we need? Do we have to have two?
We'll need to ask, so let's reopen the hearing briefly, and so we can ask that question. So the hearing's reopened. Mr. Hurd, can you address that question, please?
Both special use permits are covered. In other words, it specifies on page 1 the request for special use permit and to amend the existing conditional use permit. So it covers, it was intended, and it appears that it does cover both aspects that were discussed, the existing group development, expansion of that, as well as the new eating establishment that includes the outdoor area. Okay.
Any questions for Mr. Hurd? The applicant have any questions or comments for Mr. Hurd? We do not. Okay, thank you. Okay, unless there's any further questions or testimony, we will close the public hearing, and now the council may deliberate.
Thank you, Robert. Any further discussion? Comments? There being none, I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we issue or approval or disapproval to sub 23-003 applications from by Savage Land LLC for special use permits to expand existing Scarborough Lane shops, and with the addition of an eating establishment included outdoor dining, entertainment area in the Village Commercial District at 1171 Duck Road.
And the motion, I guess, will incorporate the findings and conclusions in the draft permit that's shown as attachment G in the package. And does your motion also incorporate the 10 proposed conditions that are in the draft
Yes.
permit?
Yes.
Okay.
Any further comments on the motion on the floor?
No, looking forward to it.
There being none, all in favor of accepting the motion on the floor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes 5-0. Thank you to the applicant and the staff. Moving on to item number 6, legislative public hearing. We have none at this time. Moving on to old business items deferred from previous meetings. Item A, discussion and consideration of appointing 2 individuals to serve on the planning board. We have 2 openings on the planning board. Tim McKeithen, a member of the planning board, has resigned, and we need to replace Tim. And Randy Morton has also resigned, and we need to replace him. So both of these appointments will be effective May 1st. At our council meeting on March 1st, we did consider several applications at the request of council. We asked that, in fact, that the applicants come back to this meeting and prepare to respond to 3 questions, no longer than 5 minutes. And we also opened it up for additional applications. Since then, Randy Morton actually did resign, and Scott Miller withdrew his. But we did add we did add Ellen Staley, Sajid Jurak, Dennis Wojak, and Sandra McInish. We now have 10 applicants. At this point in time, what I'd like to do is ask town attorney to explain our voting and procedure.
Thank you, Mayor. You have 2 positions to fill, and as you recall from previous times, the presiding officer, or the mayor in this case, would open the floor to nominations, whereas at that time the members would put forward and debate names of possible appointees. When the debate ends, the mayor will then call for a roll call vote of the members, and then each member will vote. The votes are then tallied. Once all the members have voted and the nominee who receives the highest number of votes shall be appointed. And you'll recall from previous appointments that your ordinance does not require that the appointee receive a majority, just simply the most number. Now, as far as when you have two positions, you may have a number of ways to do this, and I think the last time you did this, you had two elections, one per position, which seems to be a little easier to manage and understand, and so that's the procedure I would recommend for this time.
Thank you, Robert. Just to go over the three questions for the applicants as you come forward to the podium. Give your background and your association with the town of Duck. Give your qualifications and why you feel you're qualified for the position on the planning board and why you want to serve on the planning board. And as we say, we are going to have a clock up there for 5 minutes. We will limit you to the 5 minutes, and then they'll be open for questions from council. And I'm going to go in the order that, in fact, was in the agenda package. So I'm going to call you up one at a time, but you can reintroduce yourselves. The first one will be James Bartlett. James?
Good evening. I'm Jamie Bartlett. Thanks for taking the time to hear from us. I'll try to keep this under 5 minutes as much as I can. My association with the town of Duck, I've been a full-time resident for almost 3 years here, moved down after my wife and I fully retired. We've been coming here for many, many more years than that, of course, and we've owned our house here since 2015 and rented it until we moved down here. My background is not in planning. My background is in public safety. After a stint in the Army, I spent 32 years with the Alexandria, Virginia Police Department, advancing through the ranks and retired as a captain in charge of the Special Operations Division there. After that, I went to work for the public school system in Alexandria as director of safety and security for the schools. I was responsible for the safety of over 15,000 students and staff on a daily basis in the schools. That job has gotten much more difficult these days than it was then necessarily. Again, my background is in public safety, but the last 10 or so years of my career, when I was a lieutenant and a captain, I worked extensively with city staff, and we worked on things like special use permits, special events, all things that required approval from different commissions, including the Planning Commission. I have a bachelor's degree from George Mason University. I've done graduate study at George Washington University, and that's why I feel like I'm qualified for this. As to why I want to serve on the planning board, simply to give back to the town, take some of this time I have plenty of now, and try to help the town. That's my pitch.
Thank you, James. Questions from council for James?
I have a couple. How long did you say you've lived here full-time?
About 3 years.
And one of the things you just said, that you want to give back to the town.
Mm-hmm.
You've been here 3 years. Have you done any other volunteering within the town?
I have not within the town. No, I volunteer for the animal shelter, and I volunteer for NEST, the Network for Endangered Sea Turtles. Yeah.
I have a question. Thank you for applying, and have there been any issues in the town that have piqued your interest in terms of, as you watch the council deliberate, make decisions, planning related? Have there been any concerns that you've had as a citizen?
I think one of the biggest concerns is, as a citizen, I live on Pintail Drive, as you know, and at the corner of Duck Road, and so I have a ringside seat for the traffic every summer as it comes up, and that coupled with my background, doing traffic things, is one of the biggest concerns I have. As the tourism increases here, how are we going to keep things moving through town and north of town, south of town? That's a big challenge. I don't have to tell you that, but that's one of my biggest concerns.
Thank you very much, James. Thank you for your application.
Thank you.
Next, Matthew Price.
Good evening, council members. Nice to see you again. Give me a second to pull up my notes. My name is Matthew Price. I know most of y'all for a long time, sometimes a short time. Do I have to go in order, kind of how it goes, or kind of just? Well, I'm in business development here in the town of Duck. I've been a lifelong member of this community for 40-some years now. I've seen a lot of change come and go. I went to school. I got a Bachelor in Science in Communications. I feel like I've seen our community grow and change over time, and I've developed a deep understanding of its needs, concerns, and priorities. I know firsthand what it means to be invested in the success and prosperity of our town. I'm committed to using my knowledge and expertise to help shape the future growth and development. As a member of the planning board, I would bring a unique perspective that is informed by my personal and professional experience. I've witnessed the town's evolution over time and have a clear vision for its future, and that is grounded in our community values and character. I would advocate for the needs of all the residents and businesses and ensure that any new development aligns with the town's ethos while supporting our local economy. Furthermore, as a business owner, I have a vested interest in the town's success and understand the importance of balancing economic growth and environmental responsibility and sustainability. I'm passionate about creating a high quality of life for all residents and ensuring that our community thrives for generations to come. In short, I believe that my deep roots in the community and my unique perspective and my commitment to the success makes me an ideal candidate for the planning board. I'm eager to work alongside my fellow board members and community leaders to shape the town's future a way that reflects our shared values and promotes our collective well-being. I'm also involved in the Outer Banks Relief Foundation. So I give back to the community that way. Last year we generated over $11,600 to that local community organization, and we have other initiatives that I'm involved in, such as the Coastal Advisory Board, which is part of Coastal Studies Institute, which teaches undergrad students about our local ecology and the area and the business impacts as well. So I'd like to thank you guys for your time. If you have any questions.
So I see in your application here that you live in Southern Shores, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you used to live in Duck?
Yes, sir.
And how long, you were here 40 years or something, you said?
Yes, sir.
Do you still own property in Duck?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this question. One of the bylaws for our thing is talks about conflict of interest. Based on your employment and the number of applications that your employer comes up with for different projects within the town, how do you reconcile that conflict of interest that potentially resides there?
Well, I am my employer, and I don't see them as opposing forces with the town, and I'm happy to recuse myself if I feel like there's any item that becomes before the planning board or before the town that I feel like there'd be a conflict on. I feel like having that unique business perspective in this town and seeing it evolve over all these years could actually be a help and not a hindrance.
Any other questions?
I guess I'd ask you the same question about any concerns that you notice in the town that are any particular area of concern that you have with issues here?
I would say it's a greater change on the Outer Banks, but not such a town-focused one. Obviously, traffic is going to be a continued issue and a pain for everybody. But I think just the community aspect, neighbors helping neighbors, people being hospitable to each other. When, there's more people here and things get a little tense, sometimes I see those things starting to slip, even amongst the best of us. And I really like to see that come back.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt. Thank you for your application.
Thank you for your time.
Bob Wetzel?
Good evening. So I'm Bob Wetzel. I'm a full-time resident and property owner at 141 Betsy Court. Thanks for considering my application to the planning board. I will try to answer your questions, but probably the answers are intertwined in the comments that I'm going to make. And I don't plan to, let's say, duplicate anything in my comments that might already be in my application, which you've had an opportunity to review. So I first came to Duck in 1979. That was the year that Susie and I were married. And as my good luck would have it, her parents built their first home in Duck in 1971. My relationship with Susie and Duck are very similar in that it was love at first sight, and that relationship has only grown over the past 44 years. We became full-time residents in 2013. Aside from finding the work of the planning board interesting, and I know some people might question that, my primary motivation in applying for this position is my desire to give back and to give more of my time and talents to the town. I recall my first volunteer opportunity occurred, I think it was in August of 1986, when I helped our then volunteer firemen secure furniture and trash cans in preparation of the arrival of Hurricane Charlie. And arrive she did. Shortly after Susie and I moved here on a full-time basis, we began to volunteer and became active in town's activities, from planting grass to picking up trash, working summer events, and most recently, shoveling gravel and carrying bricks. I've demonstrated my commitment to making the town a better place in which to live and visit. Also, as a result of those activities, I've had an opportunity to meet and work with town staff, members of the council, and I think those relationships, along with the knowledge that I've gained of the town and the workings of the town, would serve me very well as a member on the planning board. I really think it's pretty hard to be to effectively serve the community if you haven't been, first and foremost, an active and visible volunteer in the community. Another reason for my interest in this job is that I think the work that I did for 37 years at the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond lends itself very closely to the nature of the work of the planning board. Aside from general management responsibilities, a lot of my time was spent evaluating proposals, projects, and evaluating those in the context of existing policies and procedures, much like what the planning board does today. Yeah, the subject matter is different, bank policy versus, let's say, the town's code of ordinances. But I think the important thing is that my ability to analyze and evaluate and then effectively communicate in a positive way is a more important skill there. I can learn the job as required. But I think particularly, we just heard a little reference to this, the overall environment, I think in the town seems to be, I hesitate to use the word contentious, but a little bit more challenging than maybe what it's been in the past. And I think my skills, my interpersonal skills in that regard would be very helpful on the planning board. So I guess in summary, my dedicated commitment to the town, as I've demonstrated through my volunteer activities, Present service on the Board of Adjustment, which has been an honor and which I've really enjoyed doing, although it's not, we don't meet very frequently, which is a good thing. And then my general knowledge of the town and the staff, combined with my past work and life experiences, would all complement themselves and make me a very strong and viable candidate for the planning board. So that concludes my comments. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Bob, how many years have you been on the Board of Adjustments?
2, I believe, yes. I think the term ends next year.
Bob, if you don't mind, could you just reiterate why you think that your experience in your professional life, how that's going to translate to what goes on in the planning board?
Sure. Well, as I mentioned, Councilman, clearly the subject matter is different, but it's the ability to, or of taking a proposal that comes before the planning board, evaluating that in terms of particularly, let's say, how that plan meets the town's comprehensive and camo land use management plan, for instance, how it dovetails in with the town's ordinances, that analysis, that analytical process, and then being able to articulate the results of that analysis is very similar in what I was trained to do and what I spent a lot of my career doing. It's just that I think really the only difference is the subject matter. Is that helpful?
So in your professional life, was there any call for you to evaluate some of the things that we're going to be asking planning board members to look at? So like reading a blueprint or understanding the complexities of what needs to be done or what is acceptable within the town ordinances?
No, not directly. So yeah, I've got no work experience with regard to the nature of the proposals that come before the planning board. Okay. That, I think, is something that you can learn and acquire through study and through time as those different circumstances come before the planning board. I don't believe that, while there can certainly be some complexities involved, but I don't believe on balance the subject matter is so difficult that a person like me can't learn it and understand what the issues are.
I suspect that based on your role in terms of auditing and, diving into analyzing systems and whatnot, that you probably have a good mind for details and poring over a lot of details and
Yes.
correlating things.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was I think the ability to analyze and focus on detail. That was one of the cornerstones of my professional success. But I think even more important in that regard was my ability to work with opposing sides, reach a consensus, and be able to walk away from the end of it with everybody still generally being happy with one another. We didn't always agree, for sure, and there were some heated arguments, just like there have been some heated discussions in this room of late. But at the end of the day, we were able to come to a good common ground. And that, I think, was that, and consistency and integrity were the cornerstones of the success of my career.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
For your application. Next, Brenda Chasen.
Good evening, and thank you for your consideration for my application for the Planning Board. My name is Brenda Chasen. I live at 135 Spindrift Lane here in Duck. We bought the house in 2015, did some renovations on our own, and we were general contractors for that project. I'll get to some more construction experience in a bit. I believe I'm qualified to be appointed to the Duck Planning Board because I have decades of experience bringing order out of chaos. What does that mean? To summarize the consultant's resume that I sent you, which is the 6-page document, as well as my application, what I do, I work as an independent consultant, particularly with project management and business analyst. As a business analyst, that allows me to see the big picture as well as the minutia for the details of what has to be done. What I do is solve problems. I work and specialize on failing projects where other people have failed to implement, or it's just not getting the traction that a client may need. Hence, bringing the order out of a chaos. No one hires me when everything is going well. I deconstruct issues, analyze them, research, and present possible solutions, negotiate with all stakeholders involved to determine a solution, and then implement a plan for that solution. When necessary, I default to using Keller's ethical checklist to resolve conflict. The logic and processes that I use are valid universally and are not subject to industry-specific standards. I have construction experience with project management. I worked on a 10,000 square foot retrofit, extensive interior renovation. We basically gutted that entire project, implemented commercial office space downstairs with 4 residential apartments included in that. I also worked with the local planning board, field inspectors, and historic society to make that happen. I'm part of the volunteer team that currently is indexing the duck permits plan right now, so I'm familiar with what's happening in that area. I can read blueprints. I am generally a handy person and work on many construction projects of our own on a regular basis. In response to why do I want to serve on the planning board, the town expressed a need and asked for help. I'm willing, able, and qualified to do that. Just to proactively hit Monica's prior question that all the candidates are getting, I do volunteer locally. I am the treasurer for NEST, Network for Endangered Sea Turtles. I was board appointed for someone else's prior term, and I've since been elected to another 2-year term on my own behalf. I volunteer locally for the Duck Beach Grass Planting, Friday Sweep, Duck Jazz Festival, Beach Vitex in Duck. When I'm riding for ATV for the Duck and Southern Shores Run, I noticed that Southern Shores actually has a huge outbreak of it. I contacted Sandy Cross locally because I'd worked with her and Monica and several people here on our eradication here in Duck to alert Southern Shores of that. Sandy made sure that they were able to address that situation as well, so kind of helping everybody out along the way. I work in admin here in the Duck office. Volunteers have put in over 120 hours on the Duck permits indexing project. I've worked with Mr. Mooney on the traffic count survey that we did previously in Duck, and I volunteered to work on the parade for the 4th of July. And I just did a voiceover blurb for the community project for the Memorial Duck brick. Thank you.
Questions for Brenda?
I was going to just ask that question I've been asking about issues that you find in Duck that might need attention, or just what are on your mind about any Duck issues?
I will tell you what is on my mind. I will not say that it's an issue, but it's something that I have yet to look into on my own, so I would not actually present it to you as a problem until I came to you with a possible resolution to begin with. The recycling bothers me, that it's all dumped into one can, is single source, and we have a lot of litter that ends up around the neighborhood. So we have roll out, roll back service in our neighborhood. I don't know what the answer is, and I don't know if it would be better if we separated our recycling, if that would be better or not. I don't know. I haven't done the research, but it's one of those little, like, kind of bugs me.
Thank you.
It bugs everybody.
Right? Maybe it's an issue, but not yet until I do some more research before I bring anything like that up.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Bob Webb.
Hi. My name is Bob Webb. I know some of you, and I don't know some of you. I've been coming here with my wife since 1988. We bought a house in 1999. We bought our current house in 2015. We've been planning on moving here full-time for about 10 years now, and we keep saying it's going to be the next year or two. And I'm still giving that answer, although I think this year my wife's going to move here with or without me. So we have started moving furniture and personal belongings to the house on Duck Road. We don't rent the house out, so we can be here whenever we want to. I'm here about 25% of the time now. Whenever I'm here, I volunteer picking up trash. I think I'm good at it, but I'm probably not. My business background, I've worked at the same company for 36 years. It's a distribution company in Nashville, Tennessee. And in my time there, I've been a product manager. I've been in charge of operations. I've run the company as CEO and president. And the relevant experience that I have there, besides dealing with people, is that I manage the projects of building warehouses and office buildings and renovating our warehouses and renovating office buildings. So my experience is from the applicant side of the projects. And, I can read blueprints. I can't draw them, but I can read them. So, I've interacted with towns and cities and counties all around the country. And the one thing we've always done is we've always taken the approach that, ordinances exist for a reason. And the easiest way for us to be able to complete our project is to do what the county or the city or the town wants. And, so we've always tried to follow those ordinances. We want to be a good long-term partner with any area that we build, a warehouse or an office building. And generally that worked out very well. And even if there were ordinances we didn't quite understand, and if it was easy to follow them, we'd follow them, and it generally made the government happy. Throughout that whole process, I've been told that I have good analytical skills. I don't necessarily know what that means, but it seems like it's relevant. I'm going to retire this year, and it will offer me the opportunity to volunteer more. And I'm hoping to do more for the town. The planning board is an opportunity. I can't stand here and say I'm better qualified than anybody else or I'm less qualified. But the opportunity presented itself, so I thought I would go ahead and apply. I do think I'll add value. And I only used up 3 minutes, so thank you. Thanks for allowing me to be here.
Questions for Bob?
I have a question. Am I on? Yeah. Bob, do you see any reason until you move here full-time that it would be a problem being at all the monthly meetings?
No. I've committed that I'll be here for every monthly meeting. I don't view that as a problem at all.
No.
Because I look for reasons to be here, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just ask, as a person who's been here over the years, are there any issues that rise to the surface for you that that you're concerned about in Duck?
This is going to be a real wishy-washy answer, but no. We like Duck a lot. We feel it's been managed very well, and that's not brown nosing. If we didn't like it here, we wouldn't be moving here. And, you know, every place has its little issues. I live in Nashville, Tennessee. I could give you a much bigger list of issues from there. So maybe my perspective is a little jaded. I like the environment here better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you for your application.
Thank you.
Kevin Lindgren.
Hi, my name is Kevin Lingard. I live in Marlin Drive in Duck. As you can tell from my accent, I'm originally from slightly east of the Outer Banks. After we moved to the Raleigh area from England in 2005, our first ever vacation in the States was to Duck. And we've been coming here ever since, on and off, until 2020, when we took the plunge and we bought a condo in the Barrier Island station. We spent that off-season there in 20 to 21, and then in 2021 we bought our house in Marlin Drive. We spent the last off-season here, and then that's when we decided that Duck was the place for us, and we made the move and sold our house in Carey, and have been permanent residents here since September last year. We love our Duck home. We're 8 minutes walk from the beach. We're a 5-minute walk from the village. But what I really love about Duck is the sense of community that it has. It's a sense of community that I've not really known since I was a child. And I've got involved in the community, as I've met several of you at the beach planting, the duck sweep, the data entry, and various other things, including driving a tractor out here a couple of weeks ago. In the UK, I was a Boy Scout leader for over 25 years. And in the US, I've been chair of the Environment and Recycling Advisory Committee in Morrisville, North Carolina. I also was chair of a neighborhood architectural review committee. In recent years, I've volunteered with the Team Dreer Foundation, and in 2019, I was their Volunteer of the Year. My background is engineering. I have a degree in mechanical engineering, and I'm formally a chartered engineer, which is the UK equivalent of a PE or professional engineer. I've also got an A-level in law. There is no American equivalent of A-levels, so I've worked in such diverse fields as textile machines, petrochemical, autosport, and HVAC. I actually designed the HVAC systems for the public areas of the world-famous Dorchester Hotel in London. I have a lot of experience in drawing, reading, and more importantly, understanding blueprints. And that's a skill that a lot of people don't have. When we moved to the US, I retired from engineering and I became a real estate agent. I love the business, and I became a mentor to new agents in the office. I love the feel of the town of Duck. I love that we don't have McDonald's or Chick-fil-A. I love that I can walk down the boardwalk and browse in unique galleries and stores. I can get a drink or an ice cream from a local independent trader. I also love that we have few Uber mansions. I love that the majority of the streets have different sizes, ages, and styles of houses. I live next door to what is arguably one of the ugliest, worst maintained houses in the whole of Duck. But I love that our neighbour Mark can live in his lifestyle in that house unbothered. I think planning is a balance. As I say, I lived in Carey. Now, Keller was regulated literally to beige and cookie-cutter communities. Other places I've seen have got almost unfettered development, and that's done to, as you know, boost the tax base. I think the art is maintaining the balance between the two, and maintaining that balance to the benefit of the community. Any community has to develop and move forward, otherwise it dies. I believe that planning authorities generally should have a fairly light touch, and whilst maintaining the standards expected of that community. Development should enhance the built environment where possible, at worst maintain the status quo, but never make things worse. Sustainability is important to me, as it should be to everybody in Duck. We do, after all, live on a narrow sandbar in the Atlantic Ocean, and climate change is going to be hitting us before it hits any other community. So in summary, if I'm appointed to the board, I would maintain a course between over and under regulation whilst striving to maintain Duck's unique environment. Thank you. Take any questions.
Questions for Kevin?
Kevin, what was that, the foundation that you said you were?
Team Zero Foundation. Now, I will get upset when I talk about it.
Time out, slow down. I missed it again.
It's the Team Zero Foundation. It's a friend of ours. She was diagnosed with ALS at the age of 33. And she basically said, if this thing's going to kill me, it's got to catch me first. And in May this year, she became the first person to complete a marathon in all 50 states with ALS. So she does her racing of marathons on a recumbent bike. And between us, we've raised over $1 million for ALS research. So I've done all sorts of roles within that organisation.
I guess I'll just ask, any big issues for you, Kevin?
The one thing that, and I haven't been through a full summer here, so I don't know if I'm just talking off the top of my head here or what. I see parking, we all know parking is an issue, but parking, I'm wondering if there can be more flexibility. Obviously, a business has to have a set number of parking spaces. I'm wondering, obviously, business starts at 7 o'clock in the morning with the coffee shops and close at 10 o'clock at night with the restaurants. I don't know if there's any way we could be more flexible with parking, looking when some businesses are busy and some businesses are quiet, and maybe sharing, it may not be the right word, but looking at more creative ways of thinking about parking within the town in relation to the number of parking slots required for businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for your application.
Thank you.
Ellen Staley.
Honorable Mayor, honorable members of the board, my name is Alan Staley. We had a condo in Colony by the Sea back in the late 90s and into the 2000s, and we enjoyed that condominium for 5 years while we enjoyed the town of Duck. I've actually been coming to the Outer Banks since the late 60s, and so we've always been tied to this community, whether it's Duck or the Outer Banks at large. In the end of 2021, we had the fortune to purchase a home in Tuckahoe. It was a second home. We've just sold our home in Yorktown, Virginia, and we will be moving here permanently in the middle of May, end of May. So we're very excited to become permanent members of this community. So that's who I am and why I'm associated with this beautiful town. And of all the places you can be in the world, the town of Duck is just a very unique and beautiful place to be. And the people are beautiful. From my background and why I think I'm qualified for the position, I was a lawyer for 21 years. I was a commercial lawyer and real estate lawyer. So I've presented before planning commissions, be it in cities or counties. We didn't have towns to present to in Virginia. So I practiced law in Virginia for 21 years. At the end of 21 years, I jumped off a cliff and started an entrepreneurial venture and grew a business from nothing to selling it to a public company in 2019. During my years as an attorney, I not only presented before planning commissions, city councils, did bond work. I actually just met an attorney that I used to work with 20 years ago that's here tonight, who's presented before many more planning commissions and city council and county councils than I have. So it's good to see her, and the reason why you find people in Duck that you've been associated with for many, many years. But in addition to just presenting, I also developed projects from scratch, a piece of property that wasn't zoned properly and got the appropriate zoning, got the releases, had to give a piece of artwork associated with that, kind of came out of the pocket. But I understand how things work with conditional uses. And so a very good solution came of going through that process. I also developed a retail center, built that retail center, operated it for a number of years. So I've actually operated commercial real estate in addition to just developing it. And again, when I jumped off, I started a company from scratch and built it from a few people that started in a 900 square foot facility to over 100 employees and sold that business in 2019. So I know how to work with people, find conciliatory solutions. And I think the most important thing in a board, whether it's a planning commission or a county or a town board, is that you come to every decision with an open mind, and that you come with a calm mind, and you assess the information that's brought before you, and you make a very reasoned decision on how to move forward. And so that's what I've done all my life, whether it was a lawyer, as a businessman, or in personal life, in just personal relationships. That's the way I address things. What have I done, from a county? I put on waiters, so one big time, but put on waiters and went through the muck just behind us here and took up a lot of trash, and I plan to do that. My wife plans to do that for the many years ahead while we're here in Duck. Whether we're part of this planning commission or any other service within the actual town administration, we are excited to become members and volunteers for many, many years to come. Why do I want to be on the planning commission? I think I bring a history of knowledge, reasoned in dealing with decisions that come before planning commissions. I can read blueprints. I can read plats, survey plats. I understand that. I understand, coming out of the ground and building the infrastructure and building the actual building. I've done that and have represented people and done it personally. So I think I could lend a hand with this community in that way. So,
Alan, your time has
I'm out.
expired. Put you open for questions.
Thank you so much for your application and for your interest in the position. Any issues that are burning in your mind about Duck that you'd like to bring to the forefront?
I think this community, what drew us to this community, I think what drew everybody in this room to this community is what it is today and has been historically. I think there's things that have been done historically in the town, I won't specifically state them, that may not kind of jibe with what Duck was and is. And so I think to maintain the integrity of Duck would be where my mind is. Again, be open-minded, but look at the integrity of what we have today historically and now and maintain that, because I think it's a very special community.
Thank you.
Are you full-time here now?
I will in May. So starting in May, we sold our house. It's the only home we'll own. We'll live here full-time. I do work in Virginia Beach. I considered retiring. I just wasn't ready to do that. And I'm with, I work in Virginia at LifeNet Health, which is a tissue bank and organ procurement organization up there.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you for the
Thank you very
application.
much, Mayor.
Thank you.
Sanjeev Jarith.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come here. Nice seeing you here today, Mr. Copley. I'm just pulling up these questions that were sent by Lori to me for the council presentation. The first one being, give your background and your association. Well, I've been coming to Duck for over 25 years. very frequently with my wife and my kid. And we always wanted to buy a property and move down here, but it never materialized until about 3 years ago. And so the wife and I said we're going to think about retiring into this community and living down here. So I bought a property here about 3 years ago, and I am a practicing physician. I'm a part of a big group. We have over 100 employees, and I've practiced in Virginia for over 30 years, and I think it's time for me to retire now, and I plan to do that by the end of the year. I also have a law degree, never practiced law, but certainly very interested in real estate law, and that is as far as my background in real estate goes. And as far as my qualifications are concerned, I think I can interpret land use, zoning amendments, and various laws. I can learn to interpret them. But more importantly, I think you have a wonderful staff here that can guide us through various issues with zoning. And of course, with the other members on the committee, I'm sure I can give my input and my experience there. Now, the other things that I would like to talk about is I haven't volunteered in DUC, but in Virginia, I'm a member of the John Randolph Foundation, active member. We have participated in giving scholarships, the food pantry down there. I have been associated with various churches and their members on their health and other issues. I'm also a board of the trustees of my hospital for the last 5 years. And I think I will be a good addition to your planning commission or planning board here. And that's about it.
Questions? What made you decide to apply for the planning board after the second time around?
Say that one more time and go slow, please.
This is the second time around for applications for the planning board. What made you apply the second time, not the first time?
This is my first time.
But it was open a month before, and then we postponed it for another month. What made you apply this time around?
I only applied once.
I know, but what intrigued you to apply the second time?
When the second round, when the time period was expanded, you know, it had closed, and then we opened it for an additional 30 days. You hadn't applied in the first round.
Oh, because I just, I'm sorry, I had to interrupt you. I just saw that advertisement for the second time. So that's when I saw it. I did not see it for the first time. If I'm a little disjointed, pardon me, I've been on call overnight. And I was very busy, and I had to drive from Richmond today. But I want to congratulate this young British citizen down here, having practiced in England for 4.5 years or trained in England. Whenever I hear a British accent, it gets me moving. So, and I hope you do well on this venture. Thank you. Any more questions you have, sir?
Any more questions?
Are there any issues that you are concerned about in the town as a incoming, you know, as an owner now?
Yeah, no, I don't. But one of the things that intrigued me was when I bought the house was I wanted to make a little addition to it. And then I was told that there was some, that I was in violation of the comma line. So I started digging into the comma line and the zoning issues, and I was very intrigued. But I was so pleased that with Sandy Cross's help, I could understand and come to some decisions on my part on the property. So the point being that you really have some fantastic staff here. And I think whoever comes onto the planning board will have no problem because they will have all the support here in your community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chanji. Dennis Wojcik?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I have one housekeeping item I want to take care of first, and that is when I filled out the application, I was a current member of the Duckridge Shores Civic League Board, and I no longer am. So I wanted to make sure I let you know that. At the time of the application, I was on the board, and I'm no longer a member. I was born and raised in Michigan. I received a Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering from Michigan State University. I was a certified professional engineer in the state of Michigan, and I had a 34-year career in civil engineering. The last 21 years of my career was with the Washtenaw County Washtenaw County Deputy Water Resources Commissioner. I was responsible for all aspects of operations within the office, and I'm proud to say that during my tenure, environmental protection was built into the rules governing the design and construction of development projects and drainage projects. The office was considered an environmental leader in the state of Michigan. My wife and I first visited the Outer Banks, Duck in particular, in 1996. We both loved it. We continued to visit and purchased a home in Duck in 2002. We owned and vacationed in this home until 2018, so I do have a substantial history as a property owner in Duck. After retirement, we decided to relocate, and after visiting numerous locations, we decided that Duck was where we wanted to be. And we therefore purchased property, designed and built our retirement home, and we moved to Duck in 2020. So we've been here for about 2.5 years. My main association with Duck is that it is my and my wife's home. My career as a civil engineer provided many opportunities relevant to the planning board, relevant to the work the planning board completes. I have experience and skill in writing and interpreting standards and ordinances. I have experience and skill in designing and interpreting engineering and architectural plans. I've worked with and for many municipalities and governmental agencies. These include boards and commissions for towns, cities, counties, as well as state and federal agencies. As Chief Deputy Water Commissioner, I chaired numerous public meetings responsible for determining whether public drainage projects were necessary. This role provided me the opportunity to listen to the public's concerns and take them all into consideration prior to making a decision. Particularly, I have worked extensively with many planning boards. This included presenting reviews, reports, recommendations on projects proposed for development. This was done as a consultant and also as a direct employee of municipalities. I also made presentations to planning boards for developments that I was responsible for the engineering design and as a liaison for other entities. Therefore, I've experienced operation of planning boards from both sides of the table and have a good understanding of the process. I understand that the planning board's responsibilities are dependent upon the regulation that it was established under. I understand that the Duck Planning Board operates in an advisory capacity to the town council and on private development plans, but is also responsible for preparing a zoning plan, comprehensive plan, and capital improvement plan. My civil engineering career makes me uniquely qualified to work on these plans, and I am extremely interested in this type of work. As an example of my capability in these subjects, my knowledge and experience led to me being asked to be the first instructor of a newly developed senior level course at Eastern Michigan University, Fundamentals of Land Development. The lectures I developed covered all aspects of development, from property acquisition, zoning, site design, governmental agencies, approvals, and construction. I also understand that all my knowledge and experience does not mean that I intimately know the ordinances and plans of the town of Duck, but I will certainly commit to putting forth the time and effort necessary to learn, for which I will be responsible. I desire to become a member of the planning board for a number of reasons. As I indicated previously, Duck is my home, and I wish to give back by providing service to the town. I really enjoy analyzing designs.
Dennis, your 5 minutes is up. Let's stand for questions. Questions for Dennis?
I have one. If you're approved for the planning board, will you treat the town staff with a kind manner, not like you had done in your recent visits to the planning board?
I presented at the planning board and at the town council on issues that I was very emotional on. And I understand that I was very forward, and as a member of the planning board, I will certainly make sure that my presentations are more well received.
Thank you for your application. And are there any issues that are particularly concerning to you in the town at this time?
Well, obviously, everyone looks at traffic and parking. So, I mean, those, everybody can see those. There's not, you know, a golden bullet that you'll be able to use to solve those. Other things I've seen are, I walk the boardwalk a lot, and I am somewhat concerned that the maintenance is at sometimes, you know, not up to what I would like to see it. You know, not only the infrastructure of the boardwalk, but also the trash pickup and those type of things. So I've noticed that. It's not an issue, but I am extremely interested in the grant project that we're talking about doing to, you know, do the shoreline protection, and anything that I could do to be involved in that, I would be very happy.
Thank you.
I have an additional question. And as you walk the boardwalk and see problems with trash and deterioration of the boardwalk, have you reported to any of the town staff?
I have one time reported a broken board, yes.
Good. I'm good. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you for your application.
Thank you.
Sandra McNish.
Good evening. My name is Sandy McNinch. My husband, Tom, my daughter Lee, and I have moved to Port Trinity in Duck in December of last year, so 3-4 months ago. We visited Duck most every year since the mid-1990s, so we're very familiar with it. And most of those rentals we had were in Port Trinity, so it's like a coming home to us. It's a very familiar place, and we love it there. I recently retired as General Counsel to the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, which is a statewide economic development organization for the Commonwealth of Virginia, similar to the Economic Development Partnership of North Carolina. In that role, in addition to the normal stuff you would expect to come up to a general counsel in a mid-sized organization, I was also responsible for negotiating and drafting grant agreements for all of our companies that were coming to or expanding in Virginia that were hoping to get grant proceeds. In that process, I had to work with the companies that were hoping to get grant proceeds, the localities in which those companies were growing or expanding, and representing VEDP and other state-related entities in those negotiations. So I have familiarity with trying to work through the interest of all those folks at one time. Also, being involved in a statewide governmental organization. I'm quite sure that the rules in North Carolina differ from the rules from Virginia on freedom of information, conflicts of interest, public procurement, but I suspect the notions are quite the same. So I'm familiar with dealing with all those sorts of governmental overlay and dealing with a governmental organization. Prior to being general counsel in 2007 at VEDP, I've served for more than 20 years. I started practicing law when I was 3, so you know. For over 20 years as a bond lawyer in a large law firm in Richmond. I primarily worked on financings for public infrastructure and large facilities for Virginia localities, regional authorities, the Commonwealth itself, and charitable organizations. Depending on the transaction, I served as bond counsel, as counsel to the lender, or the letter of credit bank, or the investment banker, or the bond trustee, and a variety of roles in those transactions. In both of those roles, both at VEDP and as a bond lawyer, it was my pleasure to work with local government officials really on almost a daily basis. Such dedicated and well-meaning folks, it was really an honor to do that and to work with them. And every day I saw the positive impact they had on their communities. My support involved being mindful of their goal, of the needs of the existing citizens in that community, all with the overlay of local, state, and federal laws and regulations that may have been applicable to the particular thing under discussion. So I understand that balancing act of being concerned about what's coming, what's already there, and the laws and regulations that underpin all of that. Because of my roles, I could not be actively involved in local government. It would have been a conflict as a lawyer, and it would have been inappropriate because as a member of VEDP, I needed to love all 157 counties and cities equally, which I surely did. So although my love is working with local officials, I was unable to do so in a direct way. Now that I'm retired, I want to sort of fix that and be involved in my community, and now in my new community. In my retirement, I've now taken on the obligation of board of directors on the Virginia PACE Authority, which it administers the Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy Program in Virginia. And I'm also doing some consulting for entities that are upgrading their policies and procedures on grants. In the past, I've also been involved in leadership positions with the local government section and commercial council section of the Virginia State Bar, with the Virginia Economic Developers Association, my local church, and my local neighborhood association. So I do want to get involved. I haven't been involved yet in the town of Duck. I think someday I'm going to write a book on the 110 reasons why it's a really bad idea to both retire and move at the same time. Oh my gosh. But the dust is now finally settling. I think I have time now to devote to that effort. So thank you for your time.
Questions for Sandra?
I just want to, I'm curious, Sandy, if you have any issues that are particularly important to you in the town as a resident, permanent, but also longtime visitor?
Yeah, no particular things come to mind other than traffic and parking. One thing I did notice, though, as a resident, which I wouldn't have noticed in my comings and goings over those many years, the difficulty of finding support services locally. Where do you go to the doctor? Where do you find this? Where do you find that? So things that are that were easy to do when I lived in a suburban location are now hard to do. And so I'm sort of mindful of that need as well.
Thank you. Thank you and welcome.
Thanks.
Thanks, Sandra. Okay, at this point in time, that concludes the applicant presentations. On behalf of the council, we'd like to thank the 10 of you for applying, obviously, for the planning board and for submitting your applications and, in fact, presenting tonight. Very good presentations, and certainly you're all very well qualified and you have a wide diversity of backgrounds, which would be an advantage to the town. At this point in time, the Town Council is going to deliberate and do an election for the planning board. We're going to do the two positions separately. Any additional comments, Robert? Each council member will have the opportunity to nominate someone. Each council member will have one vote in each of the two elections. I'd like to open up the nominations. I'd like to nominate Bob Wetzel for the position of planning board. So we're going to put Bob Wetzel down, and with this, it's open for nominations from council.
Before we start voting, I just wanted to talk a little bit about, amongst us, about apparently in 2005, there were bylaws that were generated for the planning board. In 05, there were bylaws that were generated for the planning board. One of the things, Article 3, subsection 3, talks about qualifications, and what it states is that people that are on the planning board are encouraged to attend a training session from the School of Government. That being said, it can be circumvented by past professional experience. So we clearly, in my opinion, have not adhered to any of that in the past. Additionally, the planning board is required to produce an annual report, which I've never heard before. So I think that there are some things that need to be reinforced and or changed if that's what you want to do. That being said, though, when we start to vote here, we're going to have to consider that there's a possibility that some of these candidates will not have professional experience that's going to qualify to let them get around the idea of going to this training class that the School of Government offers. That becomes an expense for us. I certainly wouldn't expect a candidate or a member of the planning board to pay for their own tuition, so to speak. We would have to do that. But I think it's not insignificant. It's $1,200 or something for them to go to this training session. So just keep that in mind.
I'd like to respond to that, Rob. I think that looking at these 10 people, they all have relevant experience in one way or another. And I think if I go back, and Joe can probably correct me on this, but planning boards actually, as they've been appointed, have gone through training to be on the planning board. Is that not correct, Joe? I know you've taken them to Greenville and places like that.
We've had
Training is post-training after they're appointed.
I'm not talking about continuing education. I'm talking about initial. This is an initial.
Okay, well, that's, yeah, because we have made opportunities. We've actually had members who've attended the national conference virtually and had the experience of getting that, but you're correct, that's all continuing education. But we've had, we're blessed with having David Owens from the School of Government, who retired down here at the Southern Shores, and he has also addressed the board and given them some training. So we do that, but you're correct that that's all continuing ed, not prior, is to that.
Rob, I can say that when I was on the planning board, I attended some of these schools also.
Right, but correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the things that current planning board and some past planning board members have attended are continuing education classes to supplement what presumably is either past experience in their professional lives and or having gone to this School of Government course about planning boards.
But I guess I would sit there and I'd say, I could not expect any of these 10 people to go to some advanced training to apply for the planning board. I think if they're appointed and then get the essential training to be on the planning board, to me, that seems more than adequate. I don't think you can expect someone to go out and go and be trained and not be appointed to it.
I'm not suggesting that in the least. That's not what I said.
You're talking about qualifications.
No, what I'm talking about is, should we appoint somebody to the board that hasn't got the kind of experience that the planning board describes in the document, then they would then have to go to this course. I would never suggest somebody should go and take this course on the shot that they may or may not become a member of the planning board, that's just ludicrous. What I'm saying is that if we appoint people that are not sufficiently experienced in a very eclectic way, we're going to have to send them to this course. That's just, it's, you know, we can't, these guidelines and bylaws were established by a prior administration, correct? So instead of sort of ignoring these things, as I think has been done in the past, we need to be a little bit more adherent. That's all I'm saying.
I don't disagree that training for the planning board is a very good idea, and I appreciate you bringing up the guidelines that were established in 2005 because time has gone by, and it's a good idea to revisit those. I don't disagree with anything really that you're saying, except that I would be a little bit. I'm not sure if I'm qualified to say which one of these applicants, which we have so many, and I'm thrilled about because that just shows the interest and in wanting to be involved in the town. It's really, really great to see this kind of interest. So thank you again. But I'm not sure I would know which one of these candidates clearly requires it and doesn't. And do you feel like you would be qualified to tell that?
I think that the statements that we've heard from a lot of these candidates clearly have much more, some have much more direct experience in this kind of work than others. I don't doubt that anybody that has stood up here has the capability of learning this very quickly. I'm certain that that's true. All I'm talking about is what these guidelines say, and that they've been ignored pretty much in the past. And I think that ignoring things that we have ignored things in the past, not necessarily this particular group, but the town has ignored things in the past that are detrimental, and we got to start sticking to the rules or change the rules. It's that's always a possibility. But I'm not suggesting that there's one single person that's gotten up here that doesn't possess the brain power to figure out what's going on. But do we want to do the on-the-job training, or do we want to have somebody that can hit the ground running?
Would you suggest that once we go through these nominations and vote, then we would take another vote as to whether they needed to go to the training, or would you perhaps suggest that everybody on the planning board should go to the training? How do you envision that working?
I'm not really certain how we would make the determination whether or not this is somebody that possesses the qualifications that would circumvent them having to go to this training. That's another whole discussion. But I think that a lot of the people that have spoken here, some of the people that have spoken here today, I think clearly they possess experience that is directly related to this kind of work. Some people don't, but that doesn't mean that they can't handle it, certainly. And that decision this isn't like, we're not going to apply a point system to see who possesses the necessary experience and who doesn't. I think it's just black and white. It's written down in their applications, and we listen to their descriptions of their past lives, and so we know pretty much who does and who doesn't.
I guess, Rob, once again, we've had many planning boards over the last 20 years. I think to say that they've been detrimental is a very negative comment. Okay, I think the people have come from different backgrounds. I think they're very effective. And by the way, the planning board is always subject to the approval of the town council. And therefore, they're an advisory group. And, they get good staff. We've had great staff over the years. And I just think to say that people have been detrimental to the planning board, I think that's a very negative comment. I think that looking at this group of 10 applicants, I think they're all qualified. They've all had different professions, but they're very qualified to, in fact, learn and to serve and to do the right things for Duck. I just have a problem with saying that, in fact, you've got to have certain qualifications beyond the planning board. That's like saying you've got to have certain qualifications other than living in Duck to be on the town council. And we certainly know that's not true because we all come from diverse backgrounds. So
Well, make no mistake about it. I'm not accusing the planning board of having made detrimental errors in the past, but there have been, and you're correct. It comes to the council, and the council can either say yes or no, depending on whatever the evidence is regarding any project that comes before us. That being said, the mistakes that have been made, I don't particularly think that they come from the planning board. I'm just pointing out a document that was adopted by this town in 2005, things that have been ignored. I've never seen an annual report from the planning board in 3.5 years of being on this council. And the difference, as you said, qualifications regarding the council itself, that's an elected position. It's not an appointed position, so it's a different story. And at the end of the day, and I've said this before, our responsibility here is to deliver the best product that we can for the people of the town of Duck. And I think that one of the things that I'm certain must have gone into the decision-making process to produce this document was exactly that goal, to produce the best product that they could. And part of that, if somebody does not possess the qualifications based on their past experience, then they have to go to school. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be derogatory about anything, or I'm not picking on anybody in particular, but I think that if we have rules, we got to play by the rules. If you don't want to keep those rules, we can always change that.
Rob, can I ask you where you found this document? Because if I went to our code of ordinance, all it says in there, for it to be on the planning board, to be a landowner in the town of Duck. That's the qualification in there.
Did you look under bylaws for the planning board?
I just looked under planning board, that was it. I wasn't looking for...
Well, search planning board bylaws, and you'll find the document I'm talking about. Or I can pass it down to you if you like.
Did you get out of the...
I have it right here, yeah.
Did you get out of the code of ordinance?
I forget where it came from.
Well,
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Sandy.
You know, Rob, you got this. This is something that we're going to have to look at after this evening. Shouldn't have any effect on what we're doing this evening.
Yeah, I think what we've got here is we've got 10 interesting and qualified candidates, all who come with different skills. Some are very directly related, some are not so directly related, but transferable skills, I think. And if there's something in the bylaws that, we haven't adhered to it for 18 years now. So, I mean, I think that as Sandy said, I don't think we should start applying it this evening. But if it's there and we think it's important, then we should look at that and do something about it. And if we decided that we wanted to send someone to that type of training, I think it would be incumbent upon us to pay for that tuition.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, right? So I think I would put that out there. There's always, I think when you're looking at candidates, there's always pluses, minuses, balances, and some people always are more closer, extremely matched, well-matched skill-wise, but may not be as well-matched on another side. And so it's always a balancing act that we're trying to do to elect the best people that we can. We're blessed with a very knowledgeable and competent staff, and who are well-versed in, everything that the laws, the ordinances, the requirements, and so on, who I know, communicate with the planning board officially and, as well as every day along the way. We have a core in the planning board that's very capable and well-versed. It's not like, we're starting from, I suspect that if that was written in there, it was written in when the town was 3 years old, and we were starting from ground zero, and so we probably didn't have much experience going around at that point in time, where we certainly have a lot more now. So I think what we should do tonight is take into consideration everybody's skills, some being same, some being different, and try to make the best decision that we can, knowing that we're not perfect. And, the good news is that there are a lot of people here who, some of whom are just new and getting engaged, and they might be chosen tonight, they may not be, but if they're not, there's plenty of opportunity going forward for people to get engaged in various aspects of the town. So, that would be my comments.
All right, we're going to return to the nomination process. Bob Wetzel has been put in nomination. It's open for additional nominations from the council.
I'd like to nominate Matthew Price.
I'd like to nominate Brenda Chasen.
I'd like to nominate Bob Wessel.
I'd like to nominate, it's a tough decision. I'd like to nominate Alan Staley.
Alan Staley.
Alan.
All right, we have nominations. I'm going to ask the town manager and town attorney if, in fact, they will record the votes. I'll go through all those for Bob Wetzel. Please raise their hand. All those for Matthew Price. All those for Brenda Chase.
Can you vote more than once?
No.
Not this round. We're going to vote another round.
Okay, just checking. I don't know, got to tell me the rules.
Bob Wetzel will be moving from the Board of Adjustments to the Planning Board, and that will create an opening for the Board of Adjustments, which we'll address at the end of this session. Now we'll go to the second round. I'm going to start by nominating Brenda Chasen this time. Open for nominations.
I'll second that nomination.
Brenda also.
I'm going to nominate Dennis Wojcik.
I'm going to nominate James Bartlett.
Rob, who's yours, Brenda?
I backed up with Sandy. Brenda.
Brenda.
So we have three candidates. In the order they were nominated. All those for Brenda Chasen, please raise their hand. Dennis Wojcik. And James Bartlett. So Brenda is getting the second position. Congratulations. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone for applying. I think in my own opinion, they were all very well qualified, and there will be additional openings. And now that we have an opening with the Board of Adjustments, we will go through that process. At the end of this meeting, we'll ask staff to, in fact, advertise for that position. So.
I'd like to thank everyone, too, for taking the time, and it's been a pleasure meeting everybody this way, and really appreciate your involvement and continued commitment to the town. I look forward to working with you on other things. Thank you.
Going to go on to item number 7B, discussion consideration of authorizing a public hearing on ordinance 23-01, an ordinance amending the definition of lot coverage in the zoning ordinance of the town of Duck, North Carolina. Joe?
Thank you, Mayor Keeson, members of Council. We have one staff report for two agenda items. So this is 7B and 7C, but we're asking, as these are separate ordinances, we're asking that you vote on them separately, but I'm going to present them as a single package. So ordinance 23-01 proposes to amend lot coverage. The council saw this ordinance at your meeting last month and asked that it be sent back to the planning board just to confirm that the other members agreed with a proposal presented by Chairman Cofield to add a few clarification words. So the board has done that. Ordinance 2302 would amend several subsections by requiring owner certification for the installation and maintenance of pervious surface materials. So the one is 2301 is changing the definition. 2302 is putting a similar type of requirement in for cases where someone is seeking an additional 5% lot coverage for having some solar management features. So the reason that this came before you originally is just that we've been, as a staff, have been seeing more proposals like this as part of residential development in the town of Duck. So we've been seeing things like more pervious pavers and things like artificial turf, and just need to get something in the ordinance about allowances for that type of thing. So at their meeting on March the 8th, the planning board members reviewed both of these items, found them to be appropriate changes, and they've recommended approval unanimously 4-0 of both of these ordinances to the council. And this time we're asking the council to set a public hearing. You have a potential motion at the top of the 4th page there that you could use if you so wish. I'd be glad to answer any questions about the details, but they're fairly simple changes in terms of just adding information about requirements for owner certification.
Joe, thank you for that. I do have a quick question just to get it
Sure.
off my mind. And I mean, it totally makes sense, and I appreciate the planning board's work toward this. Is it fairly easy to get that certification from a manufacturer for a homeowner to actually supply that kind of, is it fairly easy to certify that someone's got the proper permeable and is going to maintain it? I mean, is that just something that will have a template that the owner will sign saying that they will take care of it? I just wasn't sure if we ever got into that discussion.
So the maintenance part of it is new, but we require already as a staff that they provide us with some kind of manufacturer specification. So that part of it is relatively easy to get, from the manufacturer. Now, as far as documenting the installation, the way it's laid out here is they have an option of having an engineer do that, or the additional requirement is that the owner certifies that it was installed according to those specifications that staff would already have.
Right.
Now, we would generally be called out to do it, either to look at it, to see, but this way, this providing another level of security for the town that the owner is saying that it was installed, and that the key to this, I really think, has to do with the ongoing maintenance, because most of these products, you may not be aware of this, but in the areas where we have the permeable concrete on, or permeable asphalt on the duck trail, we now have a program in place to vacuum that out so it maintains that permeability. An owner could install something, never maintain it, get credit for it, but it loses that permeability if it's not maintained over the years. So this is a commitment on their part that they will maintain it. And I think that's probably the most important element.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Joe? Robert, can we handle this in one motion? Or do we need separate motions on these two?
They're just setting a hearing, so this is not the actual hearing.
Two?
One.
Any further discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that the hearings concerning ordinances 2301, 2302, those are the right numbers? Yeah. Be scheduled for public hearing at the 5/3 Town Council meeting.
Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Joe. Going on to item number D, discussion and consideration of ordinance 23-03, an ordinance clarifying standards and enforcement provisions for solid waste collection of the town of Duck, North Carolina. Joe?
All right. This is an issue that the council raised during recent Duck Vision 2032 and the strategic goal setting in January. The council made it very clear that, and you've heard a little bit of that from some of our candidates tonight, that trash collection, solid waste, is an issue that's important in this community. So our town manager took that and worked with our department. Sandy Cross in particular is very well versed in this and was a real key person in developing these proposals. But what we did was, rather than just sticking, I don't know, one little thing, we looked at this a little more holistically, or comprehensively, and we took the whole ordinance and really dug into it and pulled out things. There were, Mr. Havens, for instance, found 4 different instances where something was mentioned, a certain standard, and they weren't consistent, and why do we need it in 4 different places? So we consolidated some things, but you have in the staff report a summary of the proposed changes. So some of the key elements that I drew out of this for you were that, first of all, compliance is ultimately the responsibility of the property owner. And that is really from our side in terms of who we can hold responsible. It's hard to hold a weekly tenant responsible for trash. So we've got to work with the property owner. Secondly, that it establishes the minimum number of roll carts that are required for residential properties, as well as dumpster requirements for commercial and multifamily properties. Another key element is it consolidates and clarifies the timing of when roll carts have to be out, when they're allowed to be out, and when they have to be taken back. And what you have in this ordinance, in the draft ordinance, is no earlier than 5 p.m. on the evening prior to collection. And they must be brought in by 10 p.m. on the day of collection. So, and then it has some standards regarding where they need to be placed out by the street and where they need to be placed when they're not out for collection. Another one is it outlines storage standards, again, just kind of outlining where trash receptacles need to be located, and that they're going to be looked at during the zoning approval process for new houses. And finally, it clarifies when trash will be collected. In other words, if someone has obstructed access to their trash, they won't be collected. And it also requires dumpsters to be closed when they're not in use to prevent blowing trash. So those are just a few of the highlights. And the staff is recommending approval of ordinance 2303 that makes these kind of comprehensive revisions to Chapter 50 solid waste of the town code. Again, I touched on a few key elements, but we'd be glad to answer questions regarding any of that ordinance that you have. The changes are all highlighted in your ordinance so you can understand what's made.
Questions for Joe?
I see that we have a recommended action of perhaps either having a public hearing or just voting on this outright. I don't think, I'm reading through it, I was delighted to see the streamlining of the document and clarifying. There were some interesting things in the old document, like by 12 a.m. or something for the roll back, and I thought, okay, the day of. There was some stuff in there that was needed to be changed, and so yes, great job on that. I don't know if trash is a big enough issue that we would want to have the public weigh in on this, on the changes. I guess I'm curious to hear what other council members think about a public hearing. I personally think that this is a huge improvement and makes a lot of sense. I don't think it needs a public hearing, but I was curious about what everybody else thinks.
Yeah, I agree with you, Monica. I think this is really good cleanup and better definition. I think we should move forward and put it into effect. I don't think we necessarily, I agree with you, I don't think we need necessarily a public hearing on this.
I agree, yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's definitely brought trash to the forefront along with some other things that property management companies have been experiencing the last 2 weeks. I've been personally wanting to get out of my car and roll people's cans back in so that they don't get the letter. So recognizing that it hasn't started yet but yeah, trash has been on people's minds.
Yeah, I don't think we need a public hearing for it. And I thought it was, well thought out. In looking through it, though, we're speaking specifically about trash, not recycle in this. Is that correct?
The safety standards include the recycling container that is for the solid waste. Yeah. And even talks about that on the commercial side of the house as well, as far as having dumpsters for that.
I have to say, I got a little hung up on the word garbage versus bulk waste or something like that, but I decided to just let it go. And I think everybody knows what we're talking about. But I appreciate all the work that went into this. So I'd like to make a motion that we approve Ordinance 23-03, clarifying standards and enforcement provisions for solid waste collections in the town of Duck.
Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
Okay,
Thank you, Joe.
I appreciate it, Council. This allows the staff to be, it just clarifies things as we go forward with our enforcement. So, thank you.
Would council like to take a 10-minute recess before we tackle all the new business?
Sure.
Yeah. We're going to recess until, I guess, 8 o'clock. It's like 8:40.
8:40.
Okay, the council is back in session. We're going to go to new business. Item A, discussion consideration of ordinance 23-06, an ordinance amending ordinance 909-04 of the Town Council of the Town of Duck, North Carolina, creating a beach and dune management ordinance. This time I'd like to ask Hunter Braithwaite to come forward and make the presentation.
Thank you. So back at the retreat in February, I presented a presentation with the rules and regulations of Duck and the surrounding communities about beach driving. The council then came up with some recommended changes to the existing rules in Duck. So Ordinance 23-06 will replace in its entirety Duck Town Ordinance Section 94.06, beach driving regulations, effective May 1st, 2023. Changes effective in Ordinance 23-06 are: the speed limit changed from 20 miles per hour to 15. The dates beach driving will be permitted will be changed from October 1st through April 30th to December 1st through March 15th. There is also an updated definition of eligible vehicles allowed to drive on the beach that specifically prohibits modified utility vehicles, MUTVs. And these changes will all be effective from and after the first day of May 2023.
Questions for Hunter?
I think that was a great summary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hunter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys did a good job on that. I think it's gonna, I think it's gonna make everything, make people's imaginations calm down a little bit.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to move that we approve ordinance 23-06, an ordinance amending the town code of the town of Duck, creating a beach and dune management ordinance.
It's important to note, too, it's effective 5/1/2023. I think the draft we had looked at had a different effective date, but we need to give people the opportunity to understand the new ordinance.
Okay, effective May 1.
Yeah. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 5-0.
And Mr. Mayor, I'd like to just take a minute to thank Hunter. I mean, he put a lot of work in ahead of the retreat to pull a lot of information together. Stood up at the podium. People behind him weren't maybe agreeing with some of the things he was saying, and that took a lot of courage to do that. And he actually put a lot of hard work into this, and I really appreciate him doing that for the town.
Good job.
He's really good.
Good job.
As an intern.
And I think we made some minor changes that make a big difference.
Right.
I think you gave us a lot of good groundwork at that research really put it out there, and bringing to light what the existing ordinance was, I think was really helpful for everybody in the audience that night as well. So I think we all came up with something really good. Thanks to you.
Going on to item number 8B, discussion consideration of authorizing the town manager to execute a contract with Johnson, Bazell, Straub, and Murphy LLP for audit services for fiscal year 2023, 2024, and 2025. Jessica?
Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
Okay, so in preparation of our financial audit for fiscal year 23, we advertised a request for proposals for audit services. This is done as a requirement. We're going to have a single book audit completed, and to stay in compliance with that, we did need to put this out. For those that don't know, a single book audit is required when we're expending more than $750,000 in federal funds, which we were supposed to do this year, but now we're going to be doing it next year with the BRIC project and beach nourishment. So we advertised the RFP on our website, and we also sent it out to 2 other firms directly. I reached out to a couple other counties for recommendations to send it to, didn't quite hear it back in time. But we did end up receiving 3 proposals. So the first one was from Sharp Patel. I'm not going to go over the fees directly, you can see, but just a little background. This is a newer firm. They were formed in 2020. The auditors themselves have a lot of experience collectively. And they are located in Raleigh and Charlotte. They have 2 separate offices. Johnson and Mazzell, Straub, and Murphy, you guys know them. They've done our audit, I think, 17 years now. They submitted a proposal. The biggest change with them, Lisa Murphy would not be the partner in charge moving forward. It would be Richard Straub. Their fees were initially higher. Teresa Osborne was actually to negotiate those down because she completes our financial statements now. In the past, they completed those for us. And then also she prepares a lot of the reconciliation work with me prior to submitting it to them. And then lastly, Potter and Company, they actually complete Dare County's audit every year. And they are located out of Concord, North Carolina. So we reviewed all 3 proposals. We asked for references. We also asked for the professional opinion of Teresa because she will be working with them a lot as well. Like I said, she was able to negotiate Johnson and Mazzell's fees. Section 2 of their proposal, they actually made a change. Since COVID-19, they've really been working more remotely, so it hasn't really been on-site field work. So there's a lot of back and forth, driving back and forth to their firm to drop off documents, things like that. So it kind of just delays things a little bit. Rick also agreed to at least 3 days of field work if we stick with them moving forward. Just a little bit on Potter and Company and Sharp Patel. Teresa was of the opinion with Sharp Patel being such a newly created firm, she wasn't quite as comfortable with them, even though their fees were a little more in line. And then Potter and Company, they're an excellent firm. They're very knowledgeable about our area, beach nourishment, all those things. But she couldn't really justify increasing our fees that much. So it is our recommendation that the town remains with Johnson, Mazzell, Straub, and Murphy for the audit services. And it's a great fixed rate of $24,000 for the next 3 years. It's actually what we paid last year, so it wouldn't be increasing any.
Yes, we really haven't had any issues with,
No, we really haven't, and I think I'm sad not to work with Lisa again, but it is nice to kind of get a fresh set of eyes on things, just moving forward.
They're no longer doing our payroll, right?
That's correct. I do that in-house now.
I think also the fact that we have Teresa Osborne giving some professional opinion on this, but also getting a fresh set of eyes on all of our financials during a transition period a few years ago, and now with you having, I feel very comfortable that we're, because there's one negative about keeping with the same firm that's doing the audit, that things are just, not being looked at, but between Straub doing it, like you said, a fresh set of eyes from their organization and the fresh eyes that we've had on the financials over the last several years, I feel very comfortable staying with the local firm.
Any other questions for Jessica? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we stay with the firm Johnson, Mazzell, and Straub and Murphy for the next 2025 at the $24,000 a year.
What you're doing is authorizing the town manager?
Yeah, authorizing the town manager. We're still authorizing him.
So the motion on the floor is to authorize the town manager to execute a contract for the next 3 years with Johnson, Mazzell, Straub, and Murphy.
That's the one.
Any further discussion on the motion on the floor?
Oh, yeah, I have one question. So why is it that, why is Lisa Murphy not going to be doing that any longer?
I'm honestly not sure. It could be that she's just trying to get away from doing government audits and doing more taxes. That is actually why Teresa got out of doing audits. She's not doing audit services for other towns anymore. I'm really not sure.
Sometimes they like to rotate partners just to mix it up, you know.
And we
make
will
sure.
still have the senior accountant, Jonathan Dale. He does a lot of the field work. He will still be on our, doing our.
Lisa's been an institution around here for a really long time. Yeah, she would always get really nervous presenting, and it wasn't her favorite thing to do, but I mean, I can't remember when we haven't had her, so. She's been great.
Yeah.
Any other discussion on the motion on the floor? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Jessica. Item number C, discussion and consideration of authorizing the town manager to place an order for 4 police vehicles under state purchasing contract, including a budget amendment for said purchase. Drew?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. As you saw in the agenda item, this is basically an advanced purchase. So in your capital improvement plan and your budget for fiscal 24, we had planned to purchase 4 police vehicles. The issue that we have is they're hard to come by, and if we wait till the budget is approved in June, the ordering window for these is likely to have closed and will not reopen for another year. So what the chief asked me to do is, could we ask the council, could we buy these cars now rather than waiting until the budget's approved in June? So as you know, our current fleet, we have 14 marked SUV patrol vehicles and 1 unmarked pickup truck. This replaces 4 of the marked SUVs. They are 2017 models. We are on about a 6-year replacement cycle. You know, police cars don't typically get really high mileage, especially in Duck, that we don't have a lot of miles. It's the wear and tear mainly comes from stop and go and idle. And we are able to, on this 6-year replacement cycle, as you saw the last time we sold vehicles, we're able to enjoy the residual value of those when we sell them in the used car market. So you see here on this slide, so fiscal 24, the plan is to buy 4 vehicles, fiscal 25, 2, and then fiscal 26 to buy 3, and that's in your capital improvement plan. We keep these rotating. That price of $57,000, just a little north of 57, that's the vehicle and the upfitting. So that's lights, radios, the push bumper, the cages, and everything that goes into those vehicles. So it's about $57,000 per unit. So the purchase we'll make will be under the North Carolina Sheriff's Association fleet purchasing agreement. There are a number of these fleet purchasing agreements in place in North Carolina. The sheriffs tend to have the best price for police vehicles, even better than the state bid contract. So that's the plan. They are lower cost than buying these vehicles retail. The chief will tell you, and I'll let him talk if he wants to, but there is a real shortage of police vehicles that started with the semiconductor shortage. They got behind in producing all vehicles. The manufacturers make more money selling you a car than they do selling a fleet vehicle. So they're generating a lot more, putting a lot more production effort into retail vehicles as opposed to fleet vehicles. It's worth noting that Ford did cancel some orders in 2022. So localities, states, and so on had placed orders in 2022 for vehicles. Ford canceled them because they were not going to be able to meet the demand. So we really want to, as soon as this ordering window opens, and Chief, the window has not opened yet, correct?
Not yet. We're in constant contact with Ford, just waiting for them to launch it. And interestingly enough, they've opened the order window on every model except the Explorer.
Oh, okay. And and as I said in the last bullet point there, Ford and Chevy both had capped the number of orders they accepted in in calendar 23 or 23 model year. So that was in 2022. So we want to be ready and have approval from the council the minute that order window opens, so we can get in line for those vehicles. What else do I want to say here? It's worth pointing out that it used to be that Dodge, Chevy, and Ford were all in the police car business. Dodge is getting out, so they're getting out of the police Charger. Ford is limiting now to the SUV police vehicle. Chevy has just the Tahoe that's police rated. So while there used to be a lot more choices for police vehicles, it's very limited. So we just don't want to miss the window. We're recommending, typically we would finance these vehicles. We're recommending that we just pay cash. It would save us about $20,000 in interest over the 3-year period. You heard when we did the financial update at the retreat that we anticipate having surplus funds this year on the order of $900,000 and some change. So taking this money out now, similar to what we did with the fire truck last year, is not gonna hurt us at all, and again, it will save us a little bit of interest. So we're just asking that the council consider approving a budget amendment and authorizing us to place the order once that window opens. And I can answer any questions about the money piece of it, and the chief can answer any questions you may have about the vehicles themselves.
Are we certain that that window's going to open? And I guess what happens if we don't get the opportunity to purchase them?
It definitely will open at some point, but I attended a chiefs meeting this morning in Williamston with a number of chiefs from around the region, and what's happened, a lot of them had orders in, they got them in late, and they had their orders canceled. So now they're trying to source vehicles within a 5-state radius, and they're ended up buying off the lot vehicles at a premium. Because Ford, it used to be able to get fleet concessions on the lot vehicles. In today's market, they won't give a dime. So we'd be paying considerably more, risk paying considerably more if we didn't get our order in early. And, but not getting it in early, we risk getting cancellation.
Yeah, I mean, that just seems, so is there a risk that it won't be able to happen at all?
There's always that risk. As Drew said, with the semiconductor shortage, fleet vehicles are not a priority for them right now because they can sell a civilian Tahoe or Explorer rather at a much higher cost.
Right.
So that's where the production emphasis is right now. But with Ford really being the only small SUV, police-rated small SUV out there, there's a lot of demand for them, but we're not going to be the only ones getting in line to try and get them. So a lot of the departments down here are just buying off the lot, and risk you get there is we've put a lot of effort into having a uniform marked fleet, and I don't want us to have to suddenly have a green Explorer because that's all we could get, or have to buy it and then pay to paint it.
Yeah. Seems like, that the car manufacturers, I don't know, with everything you'd want to do to support the police, that I don't know, that people would get more involved in making it more attractive, but that's a bigger problem. So thank you for explaining it.
Drew, if we can't get the order in until the new fiscal year, would our strategy be the same to roll this budget amendment into next year and pay cash?
Yeah, so this would show up as an encumber. We would just encumber the money, and it would carry into the next year.
So we still wouldn't finance even if we had to roll into the next year?
Correct. That would be my recommendation. The council could say you want us to finance it, but my recommendation is that we just buy them outright.
But we would buy it this year, in this fiscal year.
And as the mayor said, Mr. Shano, so if for whatever reason we can't, we will have the money encumbered, so that money will carry into the next fiscal year and be spent.
Okay, I got it.
Any further questions for Drew or the chief? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve a budget amendment and authorize the town manager and chief of police to place an order for 4 police vehicles when the ordering block opens.
Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Going on to item number D, discussion, consideration, proposals for solid waste and recycling services. Drew?
That was the same slide deck. So our current contracts for solid waste and recycling collection expire at the end of September of this year. So we prepared I'm just going to go through this here quickly. We prepared an RFP and put that out. And I want to give you the dates of that so you understand when we did this. So we did a request for proposal that went out right after the turn of the calendar. So on January 3rd, we sent it out, gave about a month and a half for responses. And this is a contract term that doesn't begin until October 1st. And the reason we did it now, obviously, is that we're in the process of preparing the next fiscal year budget, and these contracts overlap fiscal years. So we wanted to get it done now so we'd have more clarity coming into the budget process. We asked for bids on a 5-year contract term with 2 successive renewable for successive 2-year terms. So we can continue to renew this for 2-year terms. There's no end to that. That's a point that we'll negotiate in the contracts. There are basically 4 services that we asked for bids on. Residential solid waste, so that's the trash carts. Residential recycling, so that's the residential recycling carts. And then commercial solid waste dumpsters and recycling dumpsters for commercial. We received 3 responses, 2 from our incumbent providers and 1 additional provider gave us a response. Only 1 bid on residential recycling, the other 2 did not. So the way the RFP was structured, a bidder could bid on 1 service or all of them, or different ways they could bundle those together. So Tidewater Fiber is the only bid for residential recycling, so they are the low bid and they are our incumbent provider. I'll point out that I sent information out to the council with the bid tabulation, and I then sent it out again. When we sent out the bid tabulation, I also included the respondents in that, so the bidders, and we heard back from Waste Management saying, hey, time out. Your number is not right for commercial recycling. And it turns out that there was an error in the formula on their end, but they asked to, could they correct their number? So it was 130,000 on this. These are the annualized prices, 134.60. And when they changed their formula, it went to 114,920. So just wanted to clarify that. So, and no other respondents came back and said that the tabulation was incorrect. You'll see on here that we also asked for inflation adjustments. So that's something that we will negotiate and we build into the contract. Waste Management has asked for a cap of 9%. Bay Disposal was 7%. Tidewater Fiber is 5%. Our current contracts are 2.5% and 3%. So in the current inflationary environment, you understand that 2.5%, 3% just doesn't cut it. I don't expect that, based on the changes that we've seen in this particular index, that we would hit either the 7% or the 9% cap, even in the current environment of high inflation. Again, these are some terms that we will negotiate into the contracts with the providers. So the low bids are residential solid waste is Waste Management, commercial solid waste and recycling, so all the dumpster services Waste Management was a low bid, and Tidewater Fiber was the low bid for the residential recycling. So basically, it's the incumbents that have provided the lowest price. I'm just going to get the correct one. So what we're looking for from you is direction on with whom to negotiate contracts. I'm very comfortable recommending that we remain with Tidewater Fiber, obviously, because they're the only ones that provided a bid. And I'm very comfortable, and I would say this if they weren't in the room, I'm very comfortable based on the recent performance of Waste Management after they've had some changes in leadership. The responsiveness we've had from them in the residential side and the commercial side has been really good. The only advantage to going to a different provider for, let's say, your dumpster services, we could go to Bay Disposal. That would give the town another provider kind of in the arena, be able to evaluate their service. The downside of it is trying to figure out who's responsible for what. And it's another, selfishly for our staff, it would be another vendor, another contract that we would have to manage. So all that together, our recommendation is that we negotiate with Waste Management for the services they provide now and with Tidewater Fiber for the residential recycling. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And we do have representatives from Waste Management in the room if you'd have any questions for them as well.
I kind of agree with what you're saying, Drew. I think if Waste Management hadn't stepped up and was correcting what their deficiencies were, maybe we should, look at a third vendor. But I think managing 3 vendors for that service would be very, very difficult. I would agree with just going with Waste Management, Tidewater Fiber.
I'm glad to hear that you've been pleased with the performance of Waste Management and hope that would continue with the signing of this. And I would agree with the mayor that your recommendation is the one I would support.
Drew, generally, are trash services looking for new customers? I mean, is it easy to get bids or?
No.
Yeah.
There in this area, there are not a whole lot of players. Waste Management and Bay are the 2 big ones. In Tidewater, obviously, for recycling. I did ask the county if they would like to bid on it, and was told, oh no. And that's, these services have the same problems that, or the county would, and that is trying to find help and trying to find equipment are the big challenges. So the county they could not commit to providing the level of service that we would expect. Whereas the incumbent provider, Waste Management, has the personnel and they have the equipment. Matter of fact, I'm hearing tonight that some of the white trucks that they've rented now are going to be green, so they'll actually be branded Waste Management now. So got trucks.
So you're recommending, is it option 1?
Yes. Yeah, so I just need your direction to negotiate. I'm going to have to bring the contracts back to you all for approval, but I just need direction with whom to negotiate and prepare contracts. So, a vote of the council would be helpful on that, I think.
Robert, do we need a motion to authorize him to negotiate option 1?
Yes, basically rewarding essentially from the bids, and then you're directing the town manager to negotiate the contracts. What I said was that it's appropriate to go ahead and award the bid and authorize the town manager to negotiate the contracts, and then he can bring those back to you for approval.
Any further discussion by council on the options? No, if not, I'll authorize I'll ask for a motion.
Well, if I can word it, I make a motion that we give the approval to the town manager to award the contract to Waste Management and Bay Disposal under and Tidewater Fiber under option 1. Did I get that, Robert?
Yes, sir, that's okay.
Perfect.
Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? There being none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Thank you, Drew. Going on to item number E, discussion consideration of resolution 23-05, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Duck, North Carolina, supporting a Dare County EMS ambulance in or more proximate to Duck. Drew?
So you have a draft resolution in front of you. The genesis of this is that with the demolition of the fire EMS station, thank you both, on East Dogwood, the Dare County ambulance is now stationed on Juniper Trail. When I made an inquiry to the county manager, they will plan to station an ambulance in Duck based on what they call system demand. So certainly, as they have in last year, on weekends, once the season begins, and what he told me was that they're just not able to station an ambulance here in Duck full time. Chief Collins of Dare County EMS and Chief Black have had conversations. Chief Collins is aware that we will make accommodation for an ambulance anytime it's here, but it will be entirely up to the county when they place it here. As you all know, the biggest issue is distance, which translates into time. And I think they still say time is tissue, right, in EMS. So it's, time matters when it comes to high acuity, especially high acuity calls in the EMS. It did just a quick map layout of this. So it's from the red dot, which is the town line with Southern Shores, to the Dogwood station was 1.7 miles. Now if you go from the town line to Juniper Trail, that's 4.3 miles. So it's more than 2.5 additional miles, and it's now a little bit over 10 road miles to get from where the ambulance is stationed to Sanderling Resort. 10 road miles in the winter isn't that significant. 10 road miles in the summer is a big deal. So I had a conversation with Mr. Mooney and said, well, how about if we go ahead and just present a draft resolution? You have that in front of you, and then I'll stop talking and let Mr. Mooney talk.
Will this resolution get to the Board of Commissioners?
Yes. So we will send it to the Board of Commissioners. Actually, we'll send it to the Board of Commissioners with a cover letter from the mayor, and then I will also send it to the county manager.
As you said, in the wintertime, the 10-mile marker is, in my opinion, is outside of the recommended response time. Certainly in the summer, it's way outside of that response time. And for 18 months, at least that's my understanding, that their expectation is that the East Dogwood facility will be back online in 18 months. But as we all know, that rarely occurs. And so we're exposing our constituency on the north side of Duck to an unacceptable response time. And I think that the county, that has to be strongly worded to the county. They have to understand. And I get it. I understand that the whole EMS deployment has a method or methodology that's attached to it. And I understand exactly how it works intimately. However, I know this is probably a bad word, but the county's got to figure out how to do this, and I think that the answer to that is they've got to understand that they've got to increase that service. It's an enormously important service that must be provided by the county, by state statute, correct?
Right.
And so they, in my opinion, are being slightly negligent regarding the north end of Duck. Now, I understand that there's arguments about, well, they have to cover Hatteras and they've got to cover places like Mans Harbor and things of that nature. The way in and the way out of Duck is unique in the entire place. And so what do? I think that something, I would recommend a little bit more strongly worded document to send to them. And I would leave it up to your good offices to figure that out.
I have to say, I was glad for the clarification tonight as to exactly what the intent was for this resolution. So if it's to, because there is this, we'll call it temporary problem that's a big one. I agree with you. So I don't know what, you're talking about the now therefore it be resolved, hereby request the consideration of repositioning the ALS ambulance that was at East Dogwood to a location in Duck, or more approximate to Duck than East Dogwood Trail location, in order to enhance response time for advanced medical care. So that's like a permanent thing.
Right, and the 18 months that I'm talking about, or the duration of however long it's going to take them to rebuild East Dogwood. For the people on the north side of Duck, even that location still puts them in jeopardy, and it's outside of what EMS describes as a desirable response time. So yeah, permanently. I would like to see this change permanently. And we have space in the firehouse, I think. Chief, Deputy Chief, can you can speak to that, right? I mean, there's a bay there that they could be put in, and hopefully we're going to figure out something in the not too distant future about a new public safety building, including space, permanent space for an ambulance.
To answer that, yeah, we have space for them to stage. What we don't have currently, and you guys have all been through the building and seen, is space for them to live there in a permanent nature at the current time. Anything we do currently requires us to create space by removing one of our large apparatus out of the building to accommodate their apparatus. So
that northernmost bay, the one that's got the couches in it?
So that is actually our training room right now.
Well, I'd be inclined to think that the training could happen upstairs.
In our current configuration, we just don't have the space. An ambulance sitting there also blocks access from the building to the rest of our apparatus and makes it hard to get around. We originally had, as an example, a brush truck there, and when you opened the door and came out of the door, you were side shuffling to get by the brush truck. So there's not as much space there as there appears, especially with our current apparatus layout. But we do make accommodations for them and have been extremely open to anytime they need to stage, we open up.
Right. At the end of the day, look, this is a problem that's got to get solved one way or another. And because it's a huge public safety issue, we've got to figure it out. You know what I mean? It's just unacceptable, in my opinion, to have a response time that's more than 8.5 minutes to the people that live on the north side of Duck. That's just, and given the percentage of your calls that you go out on, your jobs that you go out on are close to 50% medical calls. Thankfully, most of them are probably not very serious, but for the one that is, or the small number that are, that's a problem. You know, you guys can all, the police department and the fire department are all qualified to administer basic life-saving issues, right? But if somebody needs medicine or needs to be transported, you guys can't do that. Cops can't do it, you guys can't do it. And if somebody's got to wait, especially now over the next 18 months or 2 years, they're waiting half an hour for a bus to arrive, they might be dead. And to me, that's just something that's got to get figured out.
Well, we've got two problems though, right? One's the short term and one's the long term.
Correct.
And this resolution deals with the short term?
Primarily, that's the reason that it's been generated.
Right,
I mean, the short term is more critical because they're going to be 2 summer seasons, you know, we're 10 miles, you know, away.
It's a long way.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think they know we want an ambulance to Duck. I mean,
And by the way, it's a long way.
Longer-term discussion, but the short term is, you've now moved them farther and farther away. We're going to go through 2 summer seasons. I think that ought to be the thrust of the resolution to get their attention. Because, I mean, how much did they really think through that? I mean, well, they probably went for available space, and there it was in Southern Shores, right? So, I mean, I agree with what you're saying. The longer term is a bigger solution, but right now, we do have an 18-month problem, which is even
18
worse.
months to 2 years, I'd say at least.
2 summer seasons at least. Yeah. I mean, it's,
Strengthening the resolution.
well, either that or the cover letter being stronger. What we do about the cover letter might even be stronger.
I mean, or bolding that part that says requests repositioning the ambulance to a location in Duck or more proximate to Duck. Yeah, to Duck. I mean, just kind of like getting to the crux of it. I know it's not our call, and so I get that we have to be deferential but it is making a really good point that we have a long way to go, and we have a long length of time to wait for the new facility, and we have a lot of distance, a lot of extra distance that could affect a lot of people. So I support the resolution and this kind of very detailed cover letter, unless I hear any changes that you want.
Well, I'd just like to see it be a little more strongly worded.
Well, if you have any recommendations, this would be the time probably if we want to get it to them, or we could table it till next month.
Yeah, and if the council members are all in agreement, one option is you could approve the concept of the resolution and direct or authorize the town manager and the mayor to work out the final wording based on the discussion this evening, and because the mayor's going to have to sign it anyway, if the mayor feels like he has a good understanding of the concerns, that's an option as well. So we wouldn't have to come back for another meeting, and it could go ahead and get done.
I'm good with that.
I'm good, what Robert said, I'm good with that.
And certainly, if someone has suggested wording, send it on.
So you'll approve the Resolution 23-05 in concept with direction to the town manager and the mayor to work out final wording consistent with the discussion held at this evening's meeting.
That should be yours.
All right, then. I'll make a motion that we authorize the resolution in concept and instruct the town manager to change some of the language in there so that it's a little bit more strongly worded.
Consistent with the
Consistent with the discussion that we've had tonight.
Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? You voted right, Rob?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Drew. Item number F, discussion consideration of post-COVID assembly occupancy Enforcement. Sandy?
Good evening, council. Thank you for your time today. Before I get started, I just want to say, wow, I mentioned this to Monica and Tony, but I remember in 2004 when I was begging John Fricker to apply to the planning board, and now we had 10 applicants today. That was just impressive and a testament as to what's happened to this town and people moving here and loving this community. So you should pat yourself on the back for that. We're all familiar with COVID-19. March 2020 became a reality, kind of a smack in the face for all of us for a couple months, especially the restaurant businesses. And as a result of the impacts of COVID, the shutdown for 2 months, the reopening with no restaurant availability until the state allowed it, the town put in place several accommodations to accommodate the social distancing that was recommended by the state. That expired in December of 2022. And prior to that expiration of these temporary allowances, the town staff sent out emails to all of the businesses in October. And then we followed that email in December, and we then directed emails specifically to most of the restaurants to make sure that they were removing tents, bringing things back into compliance with what they were previously approved for. Fast forward to January, we start doing site visits and we're getting partial compliance. The tents are all gone, but we still see tables and chairs. And, you know, time gets away and we start talking again in March, and some of the businesses are noticeably aggrieved by the need to kind of squish things back in. And part of that is due to a lack of staff, shortages with supply, shortages with housing, and so some of them would like to work through a process to go through another amendment to their conditional use. Others would like to see post-COVID or COVID allowances continue. Staff has in the past worked with businesses that have kind of gone astray and got them in through another conditional use process and pretty much let things stay status quo while we did that. However, you all had some visioning and strategic planning in October and January, and one of your primary goals was enforcement of our special use and conditional use permits. So staff, while primarily me, because Joe's not getting out in the field quite like he did before, would normally work through these processes with the businesses. But given your goals, we are not in that position to make those decisions without some guidance from you. So we've got a couple businesses that we're already talking with. I've got 2 out of 3 members of Sibling Revelry who own Blue Point and Eventide here. And we, staff, are asking for guidance from council as to whether we can work with these businesses, provided they are showing effort. For instance, I've got one business that we started talking about this process 2 weeks ago, and they met with us and their engineer last week to start getting that process rolling. But that process takes 2 months. So is there wiggle room for us to work with them knowing that it's going to get them through the summer? You know, some of these businesses are at a point because of the shortage of staffing and the shortage of housing that they're not even operating on at 7 days a week in the summer. So I'm asking for guidance from you. That's one point. Second point is there's parts of our ordinance that are not clear, or they don't clarify or distinguish between waiting areas and seating areas. Jim has done some research, and he's found some of the other communities actually clarify waiting areas and what can happen there versus seating areas and what can happen there. We've got some businesses that have a ton of waiting area. You know, how's that play? And some other areas that were never really designated as waiting areas, but they want to use them as waiting areas, can we do that? So if an applicant, a business owner, were to come in and say, you should think about some zoning text amendments, that's going to take a 3-month, that's going to be a 3-month process, and it's going to also cost them $500, I think. Or staff can ask, or council can direct staff to look at this and take it to planning board and start reevaluating what our standards are for, you know, outdoor seating requirements, outdoor waiting areas, how those, we heard tonight, parking, you know, maybe some flexibility in a heavily pedestrian and bicycled area, whether there's any flexibility there. You know, Drew mentioned when he was talking about this, the vehicles, the shortages, so I keep going back to that, shortages, and I don't know, I guess I'm just looking for guidance. And I'm happy to answer questions.
I'm all for giving you wiggle room. I mean, these people are suffering. They really are. Between the staff and the shortage of supply and everything else, I think it's our responsibility, because we want to keep the feel of this town the way that it is, that they're going to need a little bit of room. They're going to need some help with it. And I think that's our job to give it to them.
I'm really glad to hear you say that.
I'm kind of agreeing with Rob, but I think if somebody wants to get into compliance or get closer to compliance with you, that they should put an application in within 30 or 45 days to show their good faith that they're willing to come down and sit down and see what they can do. I don't think that it's something we can wait to the end of the summer to have them come in and start their application. I think it's something they have to start now. They can work on it, and you know, it takes 3 months, it takes 3 months, but it'll be being worked on. And I think that after 45 days, if the people don't come in to apply, then you have to get hard on them. And I'm not trying to be anti-business, but we got to put some kind of time span in there.
I think that's reasonable.
Well, and I agree with you on getting the ball rolling, but I'd also say that trying to work on something as you're ramping up for the summer season and operating, but at least to show good faith. I completely understand, but I think it should be a maybe longer than a 3
I
month.
don't, because we started this in October,
Well,
in
agreed.
November, in December.
And it was,
That's,
and we,
and,
it's,
can I finish?
sure.
And if you go back to our tally sheet, that was the second most asked upon item there.
I looked at that tally sheet and saw who, you know, how it tallied.
And, you know, there was
4 and
no,
1.
excuse me?
I think I saw 4 on 1 and 1 on 1.
Right,
from
there was
another
5
council.
votes for it to enforce the SUPs back then.
Right.
And that was before we knew that people weren't complying. You know, we have a problem with some people that overextended what they were allowed to do with COVID, and they want to just keep going that way. You know, we got in trouble 4 years ago for the same thing with a restaurant in town. I don't think it should happen again.
I think that,
Well, but if I might interject, one of the things that 4 years ago, we worked with that business for almost 2 years, if I remember correctly. So all I'm looking for equality as we deal with the businesses. And if we were able to be flexible with one and work through that process, do we want to change that now? Because that will come across as potentially anti-business. And I don't mean to, I don't want to go that route, trust me, because I've heard enough in the past few weeks. I feel like if we want to be fair to all the businesses, then we need to be working with them.
Yeah, I would, you know, when I look at this situation, I would say It's a tough time for the restaurant business. We all know that. It's a tough time for almost all retail businesses. For some reason, COVID just flip-flopped everything. People don't want to work, or they're working somewhere else. We don't have our housing here. It's complicated, the situation, and as everyone said, I don't know, I would venture to say 90+% of the restaurants are on a 5-day week here. They rotate days, but they're on a 5-day week. And when you think about it, that's beautiful for them because they can go full steam ahead 5 days a week with their staff, and everybody gets 2 days off. I mean, that might be the new normal.
Right, but you gotta add some volume there to make the numbers work.
But that's where I'm going. What I'm saying next is, so how do we help these folks keep their volume in a shorter amount of time? And this seems to be a way to do that.
So, I'm sorry, Tony, go ahead.
I was not troubled in any way by what I saw in all the restaurants that I attended during COVID. I mean, the outdoor seating all looked appropriate. It was, managed well. I mean, it doesn't bother me if we continued it like that. But I think we should get some sort of an agreement with those that want to continue with the outside as to what they're going to do. That's approved to us, and you can't keep stretching this. It's kind of like, okay, this is the barrier we've agreed upon type of thing. Because, I mean, I think it enhances the community, enhances their ability to serve customers, and I didn't find it displeasing anywhere. I don't know if anyone else did.
I agree with you 100%. And I think that one of the things that we have to consider here is we have tremendous faith in our staff and their judgment. And so by putting a 45-day or any day endpoint on this, I think that takes away their ability to use their own discretion. And I think because we are so lucky to have such a good staff here, that's not really a concern for me. I think that our people are going to exercise good judgment about it and truly try to work with these people so that we don't have restaurants folding. And that's one thing we certainly don't want happening. When we talk about the problem that existed 4 years ago, the only thing I can say about that, it seems to me that was an egregious disregard by that particular person or company that should have been, that sparks the whole conversation about follow-up on conditions when we give them conditions that were completely ignored and in fact exacerbated. So I don't think that I don't think you guys are going to let that happen again, right? I don't see it as a danger to the community. I think that the more dangerous problem for the community is if we start seeing restaurants close down because we're not trying to help them get over whatever kind of hump this is. As Tony said, we can't. Who knows what the story is, why they don't have staff, or certainly we understand that the housing issue is problematic. But I think a lot of these companies are trying really hard to find places in town, like renting homes, to put their staff in, which is an added expense. And so it's incumbent on us to try to help them or wave goodbye to them, and we certainly don't want that happening.
Rob, I got to agree with you on that also, but we've got to get the restaurants to start their paperwork and work with the town. We can't just say, we'll let them go ahead with how it is and just, forget about it for the next 6 months again. In 6 months, we'll be in the same position again. If they show that they want to, work with the town, they'll be able to, in 45 days, put an application together and what they're going to do.
I agree with that, and in principle, to start that going, but I think there's also that layer that I'm hearing from staff, and I appreciate everything. I agree with everyone. Staff needing some extra clarification about some of this waiting area, some stuff that doesn't exist quite yet, that we might need to they might need clarification from either planning board, council, both, to identify some things that aren't defined quite right, if I'm hearing you correctly.
Yeah, I mean, like if I look at a couple places that have a bunch of seats and they're simply for waiting areas, and I've confirmed with them that they're not serving those people there, then I don't see an issue with that, but it's not identified in our ordinance. So if we have situations like that, I think we can work with that while simultaneously we're working with the business owners. I can be very persuasive to make sure people are doing what they're supposed to do. I can also be very, very much a pain in somebody's butt.
I'm afraid of you.
So, you know, I do like the 30 to 45 day time frame, but I think you got to have a little bit of wiggle room with that. And so long as they're meeting with us and we know
That's
we
what I'm
know,
saying.
You know, like we see Dave Klebitz in here all the time. You don't have any idea how many times we meet with him before that actually comes to you.
See, one of the issues, Sandy, is, you know, there's nothing quantified. I mean, we're talking about issues, but what are the serious issues? How serious are they? Who's most in serious shape? I mean, who can correct quicker, who can't? I mean, like, for instance, you know, I did see some statistics. One restaurant had authorized for 38 seats, they have 60, right?
Yes.
I mean, is that every restaurant? Is that one restaurant? I mean, we need to quantify a little bit, and I understand with the waiting area, and, yeah, I mean, people wait outside to get into a restaurant, but can they be served drinks outside? Can the waiters come outside? I mean, we have a lot, maybe definition we need to take a look at, but it's very hard because there's no quantification here. I mean, we're dealing with innuendos and, you know, yes, we got a labor problem, we got an inflation problem, we got all those types of things the whole economy does. But, you know, we also have ordinances in place and we have regulations and rules. How seriously are the offenses? I mean, it's hard to hear. I mean,
They vary in degree.
I mean, you're telling us that, but we don't know what we're dealing with. I mean, Sandy's saying they need to get it in compliance, give us some time. I understand that. And we certainly want to be negative to business. But how big of a problem are we dealing with? I mean, I'm having trouble quantifying myself.
And I can't quantify it for you yet. I can tell you of one business that has exceeded. I can tell you of another that, based on recent site visits, they have expanded their outdoor areas. I have other areas that may have taken their indoor area and translated it to outdoor areas. So as we go through each one of these businesses, we're actually talking to the businesses, but it doesn't happen all at once. And certainly with our staff time, it's not I'm going out there every day and hitting a business. I can't. It's not feasible between permits, trash letters, staff reports. You know, we are very similar to the restaurants in that we are strapped as well. So the emails were the initial in October and December, follow up with direct emails to businesses, and then on-site visits in January, and here we are in March, actually April now, because March was when we were talking to the businesses. And staff is as much to blame for this because we just can't get out there and be the eyes and ears 24/7 for the businesses. And trust me, I've been here for 20 years. The businesses they're gonna push wherever they can.
Sure.
I mean, I understand that, but the original order was, this is not a chance to expand your business. This is a chance to relocate where some of your business takes place. Okay, and then we extended that last year for another year. October, put the warning out. December, put another warning out, okay? And most of it's been ignored for one reason or another. Okay, and I'm just saying, how big is the problem? How long is it gonna take us to pull it back to somewhere near where it needs to be? Yes, maybe we need some redefinition. Certainly waiting areas, it sounds like that's a big issue. And, you know, but we also have other regulations, health department regulations, parking regulations.
I can't quantify it for you tonight.
I'd like to add just one other element that we haven't discussed tonight, and I certainly am mindful for the businesses and their success. And there's also the guest experience that I'd like to just make sure everyone's thinking about when they're coming to Duck and they want to be able to just sit and wait for a restaurant, or do they get turned away? Or, you know, I mean, it's just, it's a whole, it's a combination of good business success and being able to service folks that come here and want to have a nice experience. Yeah.
And I'll couple that with Lee Raskin's here, and I met with her on Monday, and she's like, you know, people still want that distance. They still want that separation. And, you know, we still see people walking with masks. I don't, you all aren't, but there are people that are immunocompromised, and so they don't want to be sitting within 6 feet or 8 feet of somebody. So there's a lot of things that are different than they were in March of 2020. All I'm asking for is flexibility.
I just want to go back to, we have great faith in the people that work for us here. And I think that we would be remiss in not allowing them to use their experience and discretion in this matter. Let them, I'm certain that if Sandy comes across a problem that she recognizes as something that she shouldn't be making a decision about without consultation, that's what's going to happen. She's going to come back to us and say, listen, this particular place is doing X, Y, Z, and they shouldn't be doing that, and we've told them and they're ignoring us, then we handle that problem. But in the interim period, in the interests of trying to help people that are suffocating for lots of different reasons, I think that the wiggle room, the phrase that Sandy's using, is important. I think we need to give it to them.
Well, I think we've got, we obviously have occupancy issues, safety, fire. I'm sure septic issues are sized accordingly and all that sort of thing. So, I mean, we got to take that into consideration. But, I agree with everyone here and about what we're saying. This is something we can't solve in a week. It's going to take time to do it right, But I mean, maybe we do something that says, what you were originally granted for COVID, we're going to allow it to stay in force for a certain period of time. You can still do that. But you need to make sure you're in compliance with that, and we're going to be checking on that. Meanwhile, if you're interested in maintaining that for the long term, you need to do X, Y, and Z. Right. Whatever that is that, we want them to do. I don't know what it is. Certify that your septic can handle it, that you're not in a safety violation, or occupancy, parking, whatever those requirements are, and then we can address them in an orderly fashion. Because if we go out now, I mean, we don't have the people to do all this work in a short period of time. No, we don't.
Right.
The reality of it is. So if we kept it, if we extended what we've already granted them again.
There's the problem.
See, and I
What we granted
No,
them.
I'm saying that they have to make sure they're in compliance with what we granted.
Well, that's the problem, where we granted them what they could do. They've expanded way beyond that. What do you do?
Well, we'll have those guys police their competition. I don't know. I mean, but you probably have somewhat of an idea of who's blown way
I do.
past their guidelines,
I do.
okay? So I think we address those folks and say, look, we're going to let you keep this if you get back into where you were until we have time to address this in an orderly fashion and, and make some permanent rules.
It's also got to be equitable, because you can't have one coming back into compliance and someone else just ignoring
Exactly,
it
that's not right.
and not taking any action. So
Right.
somehow
That's why
it's
I
got to
want
be
the
equitable.
application.
That's why I say somehow it's got to be quantified, and by organization, by restaurant, what the situation is. I mean, we don't have quantifiable data in front of us, so we're just dealing with, comments and innuendos and what we see.
And I think each restaurant, each business is unique too. I mean, they've all got different sizes, they've got different layouts, exterior waiting areas, opportunities. I mean, the restaurant in my location has really been not in use for a very long time, and that's to do with, except for, cooking in there, because of staffing issues and whatnot. I mean, every restaurant, every situation is unique, so I appreciate the idea of getting some quantifiable things, but I also kind of know that Sandy probably knows the most egregious offenders or people who are disregarding, blatantly disregarding anything versus people that are trying to just work with something workable. How can we make this work? That kind of thing. So every situation is going to be a little different. That's all I wanted to say.
Sandy, have you met with every restaurant? Have you gotten responses back from your letters? I mean,
No, I didn't get a response from any of them. It wasn't until we started walking to the sites and, reaching out. Like I reached out to, we met at NC Coast. We've gone and met Lee at Blue Point. Haven't actually gone to Cravings yet, but they're on the list. There's a couple places where we see some changes that might be administratively just need to be acknowledged. So, we don't have a lot of restaurants in Duck, so it's, we just got to get to them, talk them through it, and figure out whether they need to come in for an amendment or whether they want to just roll things back. All I'm asking is if they want to go for an amendment, do we let them come for an amendment and keep what they have as they go into the season, which they may have already hired staff for, or still be looking for staff, one or the other. But that's a factor too. I mean, if like these businesses have already hired staff with what they have, and now they're rolling everything back, they're going to be letting people go, or, it might help because they don't have enough people as it is. You're going to get, I got both sides of that conversation. So I don't know which is actually accurate. I want to be fair with all the businesses like we have been in the past. And some are going to be hard heads, and you're going to have to beat them over the head every 2 weeks because they haven't done what you told them to do. Others, you're going to tell them today, and they're going to have something to you in 2 weeks, and then you're going to walk them through the changes they need to make, and then they're going to be applying in another 3 weeks. That kind of stuff, because you have to have your engineer involved. So it's not a really quick process. I mean, like I said, Dave Klebitz has been here a lot. That's been going on for months, because every time a revision happens, he's got to go back to the planning board, rework stuff, and figure out if there needs to be septic changes and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of intricacies that go into these amendments, if they can even do it.
I mean, somehow I think, it's an individual thing. You got to work with every individual restaurant, obviously. And the timeline's going to be different for everybody. I don't think we should just put something out there that takes it into time again.
I would not suggest that either. I just want flexibility to be able to work with them through the season to get things moving in the right direction, whether it's you go back to what you had or you're coming in with an application so that we can see if you can get approval for something else. Understanding that if you come through and the answer's no, then you're back to square one.
They can always come in and ask for more, number one. Number two is, maybe you can take a look at things like waiting areas and whether or not they can be served. Maybe our ordinances need to be changed, so maybe internally we need to make some ordinance changes, and you're going to get a lot of knowledge out of this.
Keep in mind too that the previous COVID relaxation of the requirements was under emergency declaration. And so I guess you could maybe say there's an emergency for other reasons, but it's not the same as it was before. And so I think a combination, if you want any suggestions based on the discussion, a combination of providing flexibility to the staff to work, because you don't want the staff to be flooded with a large number of applications at once, and the applicants may not have the ability to hire professionals like engineers all at the same time to do a variety of changes. In the meantime, the staff could look at, as you mentioned, the text amendments or other things to maybe enhance the flexibility. So I wouldn't recommend a formal action to extend something that has already expired, especially unless you're able to identify a defensible emergency. But I think it's certainly fine to provide the staff the flexibility to, in a post-COVID environment, to wind down or to modify things as needed and to provide more time for that.
Yeah, I think we all agree with that. I mean, would we need a motion in that regard, or we're just actually moving ahead? I mean, they're working on enforcement now, and they're working with the individual restaurants. We're not going to change any dates. It's already expired. We already have all the rules and regulations in place. And I think it really is, as you say, we got to give the staff the opportunity to work with the individual owners.
I think if the staff is okay with a consensus, then that's how the minutes could reflect that, just a consensus from the discussion that they concur with the recommendation from staff that they be provided some flexibility in working with the restaurants in question.
Drew and Joe, does that work? Sandy?
Yeah.
I think it does. Let's turn that on. And then, would you like to direct staff to look at text amendments regarding waiting areas and that kind of stuff, rather than encumbering a business to come in with a text amendment and have to pay for that?
Yes.
Yes, that'd probably be a better approach.
Okay. The reason this is here, because this was your second-ranked priority, so we really listen to you all when you tell us what's important to you, and so that's why we've dedicated staff time to this and to trash letters and that kind of stuff. So hearing from you that it's okay to work with, as long as we're seeing, what I'm hearing from you is work with the businesses as long as we're seeing progress towards compliance, and as long, they're not in violation of health department regulations and safety issues and that kind of stuff. As long as progress is being made and Sandy and the team don't run into a brick wall with somebody, let's continue to do what we have done in the past and very successfully, and work with folks to move to compliance, which will ultimately involve them coming in for modifications or special use permits or conditional use permits, whatever they had. Am I hearing correctly? And
correct.
Okay.
I think so.
And it may be possible that a text amendment may deal with some of the matters that may either eliminate the need for an SUP or a less intensive SUP need possible.
I mean, we never authorized through the declaration of emergency expansion of business. We said alternatives are okay, but we never authorized basically expansion that happened, and it really needs to be pulled back closer to where we want to be, and with maybe some changes.
You good?
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
All right, going on to G, NCLM voting delegate. Drew, you want to explain what happened there?
Sure. So that was an item that was in the consent agenda. The form that was in there was not filled in with the name of the voting delegate, so we had to pull that off of consent. So we need a voting delegate for the League City Vision Conference, which is going to be at the end of this month. They do the voting virtually, but the council needs to take an action to name a voting delegate. I don't believe anyone from the council is going to that conference, but typically we've named the mayor as the voting delegate, and then he would fill out the ballot items. The primary item that they'll be voting on is league board of directors and president and leadership for the coming year. So, and there'll be some other minor business items, but we just need to appoint somebody.
So in other words, the action there is either assigning the mayor or another member of council to do the voting for the town. And historically, it's been the mayor, and basically it's a slate of officers that are presented by the nominating committee that get elected. And especially being virtual, there's actually no floor flights, and probably some changes to amendments. So with that, I would make the motion that in fact we designate the mayor as the voting to represent the town.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I'm good. Everybody in favor, then say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Items referred to in presentations of the town attorney. Robert?
Mayor, I don't have any presentation this evening, but certainly available for questions.
Thank you. Items referred to in presentation of the town manager. Drew?
I don't have a presentation, but I think our leadership team does. We'll start with Chief Ackerman, then Mr. Hurd, Deputy Chief Bachelet, and then Ms. Nickens. And then Ms. Barnes, of course. He's carrying a club.
Walk softly and carry a 4x4. Wow. I promise there's a method to the madness. Good evening. March stats, vehicle enforcement continues to be up as we're starting to see a lot more people come into town. Fortunately, we only had one motor vehicle crash. Business and property checks still something that's on our radar, and then only had 5 extra patrol requests in the month of March. As I said, 1,408 calls for service during the month. Want to give a huge kudos to our team. About a year ago, I'd approached Sergeant Garrett and asked him to put together a comprehensive patrol rifle course that we could operate in-house. I really wanted him to cover, start at the basics, work back up, and really get into advanced techniques. Little we know, we'd have another school shooting the same week we were out there training. It did give a bit more meaning to what we were doing, but 100% of the department spent 8 full hours out on the range in Currituck. It was a phenomenal training. Really left me in awe of the abilities of the team, and especially our training team. Sergeant Garrett and Officer Hemmerite led everything out there, and it was as professional a course as you could ever hope for. So it left me knowing they were fully capable of doing what needed to be done, and the words I left with them in the end, relevant to the tragedy, was, Duck will always be a Nashville and never a Uvalde. And that really, to us, I knew that our team would go in and do whatever's needed to do, whether it's an active shooter or assisting with a school situation. But very impressive training, so huge kudos to them for that. And to my stick here, I just wanted to give another kudos to our team and good old-fashioned police work. So you'll see that the one of the speed limit, or I'm sorry, school bus ahead signs that was facing north down at the entrance to the village was mowed down into 3 pieces by a car. Happened about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so broad daylight. The team got down there, looked at it. There were just pieces of wood there. As you'll see, they actually took the time to really look at this and found embedded in we are talking about a 1-inch by 1-inch imprint of a skull that they found in this. They were able to take that, go to our LPR data. They were able to locate a vehicle that had skull license plate screws on it. And from that, they identified it as a Kittle Hills resident, went to the house. Sure enough, found damage to the front and the missing skull license plate screw gone. So not a giant crime in the grand scheme of things, but I'm sure as Councilman Mooney would say, a lot of times in bigger crimes, it's these little foul-ups that get people caught. So this was good police work for us, and I know that if we had a larger crime, I was proud of them for doing this, and they wrapped this all up within about an hour. So we ended up charging this person with leaving the scene of an accident. Little doubt in my mind that probably was intoxicated and ran through the sign. So thank God he hit a post and not pedestrian. But
Good
that
work.
It was good police work.
That's great. Wow.
We've got the LPR stats for the month. Everything will be posted up there. Again, traffic is starting to pick up in a big way. Spring break, at least some spring breaks clearly is going on right now. Want to remind everybody that we're going to have our unused medication drop box is available 5 days a week rather, but we're going to actually have a take back event on Saturday, April 12th, or 22nd rather. So please get the word out. If anybody's got unused medication, we'll be glad to take that and get it safely disposed of. Just two other items of business. The radar speed sign at the core headed north. We had replaced the battery, had it working fine, and now we have an internal controller that's out, so that is on order. Hopefully we'll have that repaired by Monday at the latest, is our hope, and hopefully that'll be the end of that. And then also just wanted to take a minute and recognize that we lost a Duck resident in late March, Karen Power, who was just a huge supporter of the town and the police department especially. So we like to say we lost our mermaid. So she was a wonderful lady, so I wanted to point that out and recognize her loss. So came as a shock. Any questions? Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
Thanks for doing that.
And unfortunately, we have, whereas the other smoking mortgage sites, we have a lot to present this month. Sorry, Joe. Permits, you see we're up a little bit over last year at the same time. So we're still seeing that rush of people trying to get things done before the season. But you can see overall, so the third column or fourth column, I guess, shows up for the month, but overall we're still down for the year. You can see we got a lot of cluster of activity up in the Sanderly neighborhood and Caroline Zune's neighborhood. Much more spread out to the south. We had one new house at 111 Osprey Bridge that we permitted. And now on to the projects. So, Duck Trail improvements, you at your last meeting awarded a contract to H&H Land Development. They have begun, they've taken the old retaining wall out, and they've started they've done the asphalt, the existing asphalt demolition, and they're going to be beginning that project. By the time you meet next month, they anticipate being done. We had some safety improvements. Scheduled for all of our existing crosswalks out of the village. So we had the 4 up in the Sanderly neighborhood as well as Tuckahoe. And we'll be installing lighting, solar lighting, and signage at those locations. Regarding the RCCP, Phase 3, we held the open house at 24 people, and you can expect a final report from VHB at your meeting in May. In the interim, we're working with VHB to identify some projects that we can submit for Phase 4, as the application for that grant is actually at the end of this month, so we need to get something in. And so we're working with them to identify potential projects that we can submit for a grant and get half of it paid for. We're also, you may recall, we were going back and revisiting this Phase 2, and what we're doing is making it more comprehensive to include more projects. So we are having another public meeting on April the 12th to get input from people as we try to rank these projects, or set our priorities as a community. And that won't be the only thing that goes into that, but we did want the public's input into what was most important for them as we engage in a lot of different efforts, studies, and projects to improve our resiliency as a community. The tent survey that we made you aware before, we had 434 responses, and we plan to report back to you at some point with those. And beach planting is finally over. You can see we planted over 100,000 sprigs to over 23 plantings, about 290 volunteer hours. So we won't pay that up again until next year. But that's being replaced by duck sweep. So every Friday, and unless it's really bad weather, we'll have volunteers out picking up trash around town. So just keep that in mind. They can go to the website if they need more details. But every Friday in the meet over the shed there in the town park. And that's all I had for you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you guys for the opportunity this evening. I'm just going to go through some real quick numbers for you and try and make this as short and sweet as possible. If I can make this go. There we go. You can see our year-to-date numbers are tracking about equivalent with where we've been the past few years. Again, our monthly breakdown of numbers, nothing major to report. The single fire was not a major fire event for us. So. Again, tracking across the years, just showing that we're staying about consistent with our March numbers. And then our March activities, we had 332 training hours for the month. And you can see how those break down versus career versus volunteer, and completed 27 inspections. Those are ramping up as we get close to the end of the season. And then my last slide, I had the opportunity this morning actually to go watch Christian Dick, our former firefighter that left and went to Virginia Beach, graduate the Virginia Beach Fire Academy today. And right there, he's finding out that he's going to Engine 18B up there, which is their busiest engine in the city. So with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Thank you, Troy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Let me change the screen because it froze.
I was just going to say how smoothly everything was going tonight. Even with that, that's pretty smooth.
We're good. All right. Good evening, everybody. Sorry about that. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about some public information and special events. So first of all, the big project that's been going on, as you're aware, Memory Lane. This is a picture captioned how it started and how it's going. We're really happy with how this project turned out. There were a total of 541 bricks sold. The project launched around Thanksgiving. I think it was Black Friday, but we called it Brick Friday. So from Black Friday to January 1st, around that week, 541 bricks were sold, and orders are open now, and I believe as of this morning, we already had 130. So they're rolling in, and we just want to give a big thank you to all of the volunteers and Kim Pittman, who worked tirelessly to make this come to fruition, and of course Betsy Trimble for all of her hard work. But if you haven't seen it, definitely take a stroll. It's great, and there are a lot of really sentimental bricks, and it's just very special to see people choose Duck as a place where they want to commemorate their friends, family, loved ones, or just happy memories. A few events that we have going on, Nature on the Boardwalk. We do have our spring series. Same as always, registration is free, but space is limited. So if you haven't done one of those, come enjoy the warm weather. We do have North Carolina Aquarium, Education representative coming to do these. Just email events@townofduck.com and we will get you signed up. Also, we do have the next By a Speaker series on April 20th at 7 p.m. A light reception starts at 6:30. We do have Scott Dawson, who is an author of The Lost Colony in Hatteras Island, coming to do a presentation about the correlation of Lost Colony in Hatteras Island. It should be very, very interesting. But this, of course, is free, and in May, we have Meg Puckett from the Crawl a Wild Horse Fund coming to do a presentation, and then in June, we have Dr. Reed Corbett from the Coastal Studies Institute coming to do a presentation on coastal resiliency and changes on the North Carolina shoreline. So switching gears here, PIO stuff, beach nourishment updates will continue to go out on our platforms. I am going to look at sharing more of the educational element because we are at the tail end of the project, so a lot of people might not be familiar with what's going on. People might not have anticipated it happening at this point of the year, so kind of just pushing out some of that information to let people know what it is and how it works, and just answer any questions they may have. The spring newsletter is being worked on. We should have that mailed out soon. And again, there is a communication survey that's live until June. And I didn't put it on here, but I will just note, I mentioned launching Nextdoor. The day that we launched Nextdoor was March 14th. And the first post that I put out there was that we had an e-news that was going out. It was a Tuesday, and I encouraged people to register for our e-news. And I think that day, I know Lori and I got tons of emails from people registering, but I think we had over a dozen new subscriptions just within a few hours because people saw it on Nextdoor. So those impressions are getting out there. I'm averaging about 200 impressions per post. So still building that up, but it's been a great source so far. Our brochures came in. They will be distributed, and I would like to let council know that we did put a line in the brochure about rolling your trash cans back. So it is somewhere else to kind of drive that point home, but these will be distributed. I believe we have some not in here yet. We literally just got them, but they are available and they will be distributed around town shortly. Jazz Festival, knee deep in that. Offers have been made to a few bands. They've accepted, so I'm working on their contracts. I have the sponsorship packets assembled, and I'm going to review those with Betsy to make sure it encapsulates everything that we need it to, and we're looking at businesses as well as individual opportunities for sponsorships because we have had a few requests for those. This is the logo, and I'm really excited because PNC has agreed to be the presenting sponsor for our Jazz Festival, and I also received a grant from the Outer Banks Visitors Bureau for this event. So really excited to have them back on board. It's going to be a great festival, and I'm enjoying planning it so far, so I'm really excited to see where this goes. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Busy time.
It is.
Thank you, Kate.
Well, thank you. It froze back here. It froze? Yeah, just do it from up there, sorry.
I'm gonna give you guys a quick monthly financial update. So I'm gonna start with our monthly cash balance. We ended March with $17,398,931. Excluding the beach nourishment bonds, our cash balance is $13,600,000. Compared to March 2022, it was an 8.28% increase. General checking account balance ended at $981,540. This is literally just because I was not there on the last day of the month to make a transfer to bring it up to 10%. But it's pretty on par with last year. The remaining funds are in our investment accounts. You'll notice there's a new checking account on there for the beach nourishment property that you all purchased this past month. We really just opened that so that the property management company didn't have our operating account on file, and it would make it a little easier to reconcile every month with the expenses and rental income. Here we show our revenues compared to our budget and the prior year. A little deeper into that, the sales and use tax we received was for the December collections. It was a 12.52% increase from the prior year. Property tax collections were through February 28th. This was a 27.8% decrease, but year to date we're at 100.47%. I think we just need $30,000 for MSDB, and other than that, so we're in good shape there. Motor vehicle tax, again, collections through February 28th. It was a 44% increase. You can see though that's a very small amount. Just over $1,000. Occupancy tax were for the January collections. This was a that should say increase, not decrease, 2.92% increase compared to last March. And then utility franchise tax, this was the collections for the last quarter of 2022. It was again, 3.22% increase, not decrease. Investment earnings are still continuing to rise. The Capital Management Trust rose to 4.84%. The PNC money market accounts are ranging from 2.37 to 2.81%. Our total investment income this month was just over $57,000. And I know I noted in your reports, we switched the general checking account to an interest-bearing, not only to increase our interest revenue, but that'll help with the bank account analysis fees. They've been ranging between $200 and $400 every month, so it'll help cover those costs. Expenditures overall, they are still within budget. And then revenues versus expenditures ending March 31st. Revenues were lower by just over 1.6 million. We took some money out of the beach fund, so that just reflects that. Does anyone have any questions?
Jessica, I noticed on page 2, I guess we set up a new checking account now for the property?
Yes. Yeah. Like I said, it'll make reconciling every month a little bit easier with the rental income and the expenses, and then also so the property management company doesn't have to have our big operating account on file. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and thank you, Jessica, for doing a good job on the cash management and getting more of that stuff into interest-bearing accounts.
Moving on to item number 11, the mayor's agenda. I have a mayor's chairman meeting coming up hosted by Dare County on the 18th. Looking forward to the mid-month meeting to discuss the budget on the 19th. That'll always be fun. As Kay mentioned, congratulations on the brick walkway. It looks great. And I know Kay and Betsy and Kim and town staff and many, many volunteers did a great job. It really looks nice. It's good. There'll be a lot of bricks out there by the time we're done. And the only other thing I had on here, which I added, and that was after our conversation talking about the planning board, is I think we ought to take another look at the planning board bylaws. I mean, I think that they were obviously put together many, many years ago. I think staff ought to take a look at that and see what's pertinent and if any of that should go into the ordinance. And consensus of council.
That's fine.
Could we take a look at those bylaws?
I think it'd be appropriate to look at if we can find out the genesis of those, if they're even referred to in the town code, and just report back as far as what we think the purpose of them was, and then any changes that might be needed.
Thank you, Robert. That's all I have. Going on to item number 12, council member agenda, starting Mayor Pro Tem Monica Thibodeau.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it brief, and I spent a lot of time out of Duck this last couple of weeks with my new grandson and his family. But I did have a chance to go tour the public safety building, and I appreciated the opportunity to see what's going on there and the limitations. So I appreciate setting that meeting up and pursuing it. So hopefully we can move forward with more good information on something there. That's a big priority for us. So thank you, and thanks to everybody on the staff for everything they're doing.
Thank you, Monica. Councilmember Mooney?
I don't really have anything except thanks. I know you guys are working really hard, and you're doing a good job. Sorry for keeping you all here so late tonight.
Thank you, Rob. Councilmember Sandy Whitman?
I'd just like to also thank town staff, Kim, Betsy, for the work they did on the reps getting there.
Thank you, Sandy. Councilmember Tony?
Nothing to report this evening to the packed house.
Thank you, Tony. Is there any other business to come before the council this evening? There's obviously no one public here for public comments. There being none, I'll remind council the next meeting will be the mid-month meeting on April 19th at 1 p.m. And with that, I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
All in favor of adjournment, please say aye. Aye. Meeting is now adjourned.